vote on that process, but I will vote to support my sister-in-law today. Thank you very much. Blessings.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Diane Capehart, you recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and blessed good morning to Mrs. Lisa A.M. Alejandro. She came before my committee in rules, and not only did I know her good work, I had the opportunity of meeting her, and she's charged with managing all of Virgin Islands properties, issuing bids, proposals, etc. This is no easy department to manage, but I know that you will continue to improve processes with your wealth of knowledge and solve with integrity. I told you before, it emanates from you. Mr. President, I am in favor of voting for this nomination before us today easily. I wish you all the best, and I know you would do an excellent job. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Sound like you're ready to vote, huh? Senator Gittins, Majority Leader, you recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. 11:56. Good morning to all. This 2 minutes is certainly about the good Commissioner Alejandro. So I will hold my tongue on speaking about members running off this floor when we need them during a critical vote for another time. But Commissioner Alejandro, I see you as a committed and serious individual with integrity, especially as you deliver before this body. And I am looking forward for that type of leadership in your agency. As you've heard before, you are a critical agency. And I asked you about your ability to be able to make decisions outside of the pressures, especially the political pressures, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when those calls come. But I expect you to continue with that integrity that I see in you, that you will continue to lead this department. And like I tell you, keep the whip and that young man sitting behind you. Either put on a good smile, but keep the whip on him. I'm looking forward again to seeing government services back in government-owned buildings. I implore your agency, your department, to assist other government entities in refurbishing our buildings and getting back in there. That's the only way that we're going to have money to continue to provide the services to the people of this territory. Mr. Minority Leader, if you had gotten your way with the objection, how would you and the rest of us have gotten to say anything good about this good and able commissioner? But thank you for your objection as well. Mr. President and colleagues, at the appropriate time, I'm looking forward to giving my full support and stamp of approval on Commissioner Alejandro, and looking forward to working with you and your team at the Department of Property and Procurement. You can call on my office at any time if you see that something needs to change or whatever the case may be, you can call on me. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Carla Josephs, Madam Secretary, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I had the opportunity to vet and ask the governor's nominee for the Department of Property and Procurement as commissioner, Ms. Alejandro, some probing questions last week, Thursday, as a member of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I voted in favor of Ms. Alejandro. I didn't have any second thoughts in doing so because my committee has oversight over the Department of Property and Procurement, and I had initiated under the 35th legislature, we're calling them in because because they play such a critical role in the operation of our government. So I voted in favor of her. Ms. Alejandro has some great qualities that show her level of leadership, care, and compassion for our people. She's respectful. She was responsive to my inquiry very quickly when they were having a shift in leadership at the Department of Property and Procurement. She has integrity. She is a good steward. And I'm going to tell you how I derive with that. She said in her testimony, and I quote, "Hence, I am purposely driven to safeguard against asset abuse by tracking data that is useful for the proper management and increase lifespan expectancy of the government fleet." She went on to say, next, reducing bureaucracies that presents their narrative as lawful. That's what human beings here to do. They say that this is the right thing and is lawful when it is not. And she said, I repeat, reducing bureaucracy that presents their narrative as lawful must be weaned out. That means taken out of the traditional mill to foster proper management and procurement system that is productive, accountable, and transparent. I'm going to wrap up. So I just want to say that she has our people, taxpayers' heart really at the forefront in her work that she's going to do there. And that is what I appreciate. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senate Vice President Marvin Blyden, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I definitely do rise in support of your nomination, Ms. Alejandro. I must say, and I know that you're a woman of faith, and you have prepared yourself for this task. And your budget presentation was on point. It showed exactly what type of leader you will be. And I see you have your team there with you, your supporting staff, and that's important also. I believe that you're going to make a difference when it comes to your department. I look forward to working with you and your team, and I look forward to seeing improvements in the department and making sure that we are doing what must be done to safeguard our properties and government assets. Again, congratulations in advance, and thank you for accepting the challenge. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. If the Madam Timekeeper could put 2 minutes on the clock for me, I'll try to do this in 2 minutes. I first of all want to thank you for your service and accepting this awesome responsibility, Commissioner Nominee, Lisa Alejandro. I see you as a quiet storm. It was hard to keep up with you. One time you were over at Property and Procurement, then you went to the Department of Education, then you went to Port Authority, and then to Property and Procurement again. But obviously, those times allow you exposure and experience, and now you're ready to take on the helm at Property and Procurement. When I listened to your testimony, I was unable to be at the Rules and Judiciary meeting because I had another engagement. I said, what? I couldn't believe that's the same Lisa Alejandro, the quiet storm. I mean, I was very, very impressed with your presentation at the Rules and Judiciary Committee. I actually put in my earplugs to continue to listen to you while engaged in my meeting last week, Thursday. But I want to say this to you. You have an awesome responsibility again to transform property and procurement. I heard of some of your reorganization plan, and I'm hoping that you're given the leverage to be able to put those in place. Digital transformation, accountability, property management, making sure that individuals pay for these property is critical, and we need to make sure that monies are coming into the coffers of the government of the Virgins in doing that. I also don't want you to fall in the rut of other commissioners that after the nomination, they don't answer their phone. They get too busy, they can't come to the legislature no more. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to communicate with her. So I don't want you to fall into that rut, really. You know, I mean, we're here to support you. We're here to work with you to, ensure that we're building a better Virgin Islands, a more accountable Virgin Islands. And so we pledge that to you and just simply ask that you be responsive to us as well. All right? So at the appropriate time, I will be voting in the affirmative for you. I look forward to great things from you and your team. Again, trust and make sure that you're seeking. You can't do this by yourself. It's a Herculean task that you can't do by yourself. Engage your team, and certainly you have the last decision, but make sure that you're getting input from them as well. Congratulations, best of luck, and we're all rooting for you. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the Governor's nominee for Property and Procurement, Lisa M. Alejandro, for a vote. Commissioner nominee for Commissioner.
Consideration of nomination, Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner nominee, Virgin Islands Property and Procurement.
Roll call and Commissioner nominee Lisa M. Alejandro.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent. Yes.
Please record Senator Carrion's vote as yes. A tally.
Senator Carrion, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Yes, yes, yes.
Please record Senator Fonseca vote as yes. On tally, please.
Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the Governor's nominee, Ms. Lisa M. Alejandro, to serve as the next Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Property and Procurement has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations, Commissioner. A nominee, Alejandro, you could come into the well. You're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senate President Francis. Good afternoon to the 35th Legislature. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. First of all, I want to say thank you to the 35th, and I want you to know that I do not take your vote of confidence lightly, nor will I disrespect your confidence. I want to say thank you as well to the Governor of the Virgin Islands, Honorable Albert Bryan, and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach. Thank you to the dynamic staff, resilient staff at the Department of Property and Procurement. I look forward to us growing our legacy together. You can trust that I will lead by integrity, and I will lead to transform government operations within the Department of Property and Procurement. Thank you to my family, my husband, Tomas Alejandro, and my sons. I am grateful for this opportunity, and I will not fail. Senators, I will answer your calls. So thank you very much, and I look forward to doing great things with this body and for the people of our territory. Good afternoon again, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the committee will take a 5 minutes recess. You can walk around and then we'll return. Session stands in recess for 5 minutes. Again, good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Session July 20th, 2023 is out of recess. We just completed the consideration of the governor's nominee of Lisa M. Alejandro. I'd like to ask the Madam Clerk at this time, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block number 2, consideration of resolutions. Bill number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Charlita Schuster, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Music in Motion Dance Academy. Bill number 35-0101, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks for his tireless years of remarkable and invaluable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of psychiatry, his advocacy for social justice for individuals with behavioral health and substance use issues, and for his music.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
At this time, we have, what was that, 4 minutes?
One
more? Go ahead. Okay.
Bill number 35-0029, an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress. And Bill number 35-0033, an act honoring and commending Mr. Benny Stevens posthumously for his heroism in saving the lives of a mother and her children, and to rename the Bovoni Road, route number 30, specifically from the entrance of the abattoir to the entrance of the Bertha C. Bushelter Middle School, the Benny Stevens Drive. That completes the reading, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We have 4 items in block number 2. And it'll be a 2-minute debate time. And at this time, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in support of all the resolutions in this block as it relates to Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks. We had an opportunity to really sit down and listen to all the things that he was able to do in specifically on the island of St. Croix, and talked about mental health and wellness and a lot of the things that we need to improve upon in our territory when it comes to assisting people that need that type of service. We spoke about former Congresswoman Donna Christensen and her service in the medical field, as well as serving in that position in Congress, and all the hard work that she did on behalf of the people of the territory, and the many people that she assisted in the territory when it came to medical care. We also had a chance to speak about Mr. Benny Stevens and his heroic actions in saving a mother and children when it came to a fire. And, you know, we have to take time out to honor people when they really go beyond the call of duty. And also for Music in Motion Dance Academy, Miss Charlita Schuster, we had many people come and talk about how great her impact was on their lives. I mean, so many children over the past 40 years, now adults, and all the great things that they continue to do. And a lot of things they attributed to her continued assistance and help and teachings. So when you have people in your territory that really
30 seconds.
instill a sense of pride, a sense of honor, a sense of really working hard so that they could grow up and accomplish things such as what Ms. Schuster did, she definitely needs to be commended. So again, I rise in support of all of these resolutions, and I will vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. And next we'll go to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all 4 measures in this block. Anytime an institution can last 40 years, it means a lot. It means a lot to the territory and to all those who took part. Ms. Charlita Schuster definitely dedicated her entire life and still is dedicating her life and molding young ladies and young men. So I definitely support that. Bill number 350101, Dr. Olaf Hendricks, a gentleman that have given his life to this territory. I can remember the days working along with Dr. Olaf Hendricks when I worked at the Bureau of Correction. I remember him the very first day I met him when he gave me that evaluation. He said, "You're good to go." But on a serious note, when he was headed up the medical ward in Wang Louis Hospital, I can remember days, people on the street that needs help. Dr. Hendricks' team will go out there, bring those folks in, and some of them came back to just a normal life. Some didn't make it, but he was always be there, irregardless. Bill number 35020029, an act honoring commending Donna Marie Christensen. She dedicated her life to the people of this territory, whether she was serving in the medical field or in Congress. I think she have the second longest reign in Congress after Delegate Randy Lugo. So of course she deserved this honor, and I was glad to be a co-sponsor of that. And Bill number 350033, Mr. Ben Byrne Stevenson, anytime someone risks their life for another life, they should definitely be acknowledged. It's not easy to make your mind up to just put your life out there without any fear. And he definitely deserved these honors. So at the appropriate time, I will be voting on all 4 measures. Got some time to spare.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator DeGraff. Majority Leader, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you for the Majority Leader, too. I appreciate that. Yeah, but so, for Ms. Schuster, yes, for Ms. Schuster, if I could have danced, I'd have been such a better person in life. But since I can't, I support that very much for all she have done for 40 years. Wow. Mr. Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks, I heard that name before I even knew who the man was. And I've heard great things. And to be in the field of psychiatry, oh man, that's priceless. Another Virgin Islander, priceless. Donna Marie Christensen, MD, delegate. Her name serves for the way she's helped people. A long name, she's helped people for many years. And I think that's admirable. I can remember as a police always receiving some type of commendation from her to boost you and leave you know that, hey, you're doing great things. And in the medical field, priceless. My mother was a nurse, second to none. Mr. Buren Benny Stevens, we go name Bovoni Road and we gonna have a shingding because I don't talk to the guys for that band, Bongsa band out there. We gonna talk to them. We gonna block off the road. We gonna hold a little Juve morning party like we used to do every 1st of January 1st. The police department, we used to give the Bongsa band permission to hold a tramp. We're gonna do that for this year.
30 seconds.
So I think when I hear Virgin Islanders' names, it has warmed my heart. So that's why, I will fast forward to say that's why on St. John, I refuse to give up anything. So I know we ain't get to that point now, but I'm going to keep plugging my plug from now. I refuse to give up anything. As a Virgin Islander, I'm going to back Virgin Islanders, and I'm going to go down with Virgin Islands. So, that's how I am. But again, I only speak for me. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. President, I rise in support of all the measures in Block 2. The day we had the opportunity to hear these measures in the Committee on Government Operations, Consumer Protection, and Veterans Affairs was a great day. It's not all the time you have the opportunity to really honor individuals that have really contributed to our community the way that these individuals have. So I echo the sentiments of my colleagues with regards to Bill 350100. I thank my colleagues for their support, and I want to ask them to continue once again and vote in favor of supporting, honoring Shalita Schuster for her 40th anniversary in celebration of her Music in Motion Dance Academy. Shalita has been, for many years, giving back to the community, changing and touching the lives of our children and our young people in the island of St. Croix. And we heard many of them testify how they've been touched and how their lives is much better today because of her. So she's rightfully being honored today. The same thing with Bill 350101, honoring Dr. Olaf, known as Bronco Hendricks, who has not only contributed in the area of mental health, but also is a cultural bearer, who has for many years been part of
30 seconds.
Sleepless Nights and contributed to our culture and history. The same thing with Bill 350029 and 350033. Donna Marie Christensen, it's an honor to be able to be part of this and recognize her for her efforts and contributions to the medical field and serving us in Congress. So at the right appropriate time, I'll be voting in favor for all of these measures in this block. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Senator Javon E. James, Sr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I stand in support of Bill number 35-0029, an act honoring and commending the Honorable Donna Maria Christensen, MD, for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. And as we look at our beautiful art on the wall in the Irby Atley Legislative Hall, you can see the picture of our former delegate to Congress. And as we speak of our former delegate to Congress, everybody here is speaking highly of her. Well, let us not forget years ago, this same delegate who we are honoring here today was trying to get the U.S. Interior Department to lease land for a school to St. John for a period of up to 99 years. The bill passed the House of Representatives, but it did not make it out of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. So are we saying that our good delegate to Congress made a mistake? We're honoring her today, and we are also going to hear about the land swap. So what I'm telling you, the delegate to Congress been trying this for years. They say nothing new under the sun. So I guess our delegate to Congress had vision long time before us were even serving in these chambers. Because I can guarantee you none of us in here was serving when she did this. So she saw the vision years ago. And now we saw the vision to honor her here
30
today.
seconds.
So with my 30 seconds, I will say I stand in support of the resolutions. To Ms. Shalita Schuster, I love you, I respect you, I always like to see your smile. I wish we had more people like you in this world to spread love. And to Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks, I stand in support of the resolution 35-0101. And as far as bill number 35-0033, Mr. Benny Stevens, May God continue to bless your soul. Thank you for your service and saving the lives of a mother and her children. And to all my colleagues that supported the concrete project, I love you. Thank you. God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Senator Bolkes Jr., you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleagues, I rise in support of all the measures in this block. But I want to start off by also commending our former delegate to Congress, as she has done a great job, and I have a great deal of admiration and respect, and I want to join in honoring the former delegate, for her extraordinary contributions to public service and leadership throughout her career, and she continues to exemplify a true public servant. I have the pleasure of continuing to work with her on another level, and we have done so for many years, and she continues to help me and give me support and guidance, and I appreciate everything that she has done for our organization. I also join in support of honoring Music School of Higher Dance Education founder, Ms. Charlita Schuster, who is such a lovely person. Every time we've interacted, she's always been very supportive and encouraging, and she has helped so many young people throughout this territory to dive into the culture and the arts, and we commend her for all of her notable work. In addition to honoring Olaf Branko Hendricks for his tireless work and advocacy in social justice, I join in support of that. And lastly, honoring Mr. Ben Buren Benny Stevens posthumously for his heroism and naming the Bovoni number 30 road in his honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes Jr. Next, we'll recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too rise in support of all of the honorees in this particular block. But in particular, I've had the opportunity to work with Olaf Hendricks when I served at the Bureau of Corrections as a director of operations many years ago. And at that time, Mr. Hendricks served as a resident psychiatrist, not only for the BOC, but for every single person in this territory, literally. He worked for the Department of Health. He worked for the hospitals. He covered the bases. So I want to commend my colleagues who actually saw it fit to honor and commend Olaf Hendricks. He is a man of the people. He's one of we. And it's just an absolute pleasure to see that we are able to honor him while he's still here with us. So Olaf, we got you. I ain't see you in a minute, but I'm really excited about being a part of your honor and commend here by the legislature. I also want to speak about our former delegate to Congress, my namesake, Donna Marie Christensen. She has served the Virgin Islands very well. Donna Christensen, she has not left us. She served in Congress, she came back home, and she is still focused on the issues that are impacting us here in the Virgin Islands. And she ought to be commended and recognized for it. But what's also important is she has fostered such great relationships with individuals on the federal level that today, if we need something on the federal level, we can pick up the phone and call her and say, hey, who can we talk to about issue X, Y, or Z? And she's able to direct you in the direction. So I believe that it is so important to honor those of us, those that have contributed to our community
30 seconds.
while they're here, and I am in full support of honoring and commending her. And the other individuals, I don't necessarily know them, but I also listened to the Rules Committee meeting. I was not here on the island at the time, but I do appreciate all that I heard,
and I am in full support of them as well. So, Mr. President, thank you for the time, and at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we'll go to Senator Milton Potter. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise fully in support of all of the resolutions in block number 2. Like I have consistently said, progressive communities honor and support those among us who have achieved excellence in their respective fields. And the candidates or the individuals who are being presented with this honor are all very much worthy of this honor. Firstly, Mr. Benny Stevens, we're posthumously recognizing him for his heroism in saving a mother and her children from a burning building. Your instinct when you see heat and fire is to run in the opposite direction as far away as you can. This gentleman ran towards the building. He was not a firefighter, but he ran towards the building and was instrumental in saving the lives of these individuals. Secondly, our very own Congresswoman Donna Christensen, MD, a noted physician, a household name in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I call her a Renaissance woman. She is a congresswoman, a physician, a community activist, and really a fighter for everything good in this territory. She is absolutely worthy of this honor, and we're going to be renaming the Charles Howard Hospital in her honor. Truly a fitting tribute. Of course, we all know and recognize her classmate, which I found that out during the Rules Committee hearing, Mr. Olaf Branko Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks is a musician, a noted physician, and also a community activist who has had significant contributions to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. At the appropriate time, I will definitely vote in the affirmative to honor, commend, and recognize 4 very worthy individuals, 4 Virgin Islanders, for achieving excellence and providing service
30 seconds.
to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. And next, we'll recognize Senator Maurice C. James, Esquire. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the nominees in this block. I know the 3 Crucians really, really, really well. Shalita Schuster and I go way back when she returned home and actually opened Music in Motion School. And I remember from the minute she hit the island and started with ballet and seeing her dance and then begin to teach young girls and enter them in competitions. And I think almost all the young ladies that she trained in dance, probably they all won the competitions that they entered. That's how good she is. What I'm really happy to say about her is that, 40 years later, she is still as energetic and excited about teaching our young people on St. Croix. And she has a strong spirit in doing so, in guiding and leading. So I want to congratulate Charlita. When it comes to Bronco and Donna, and I'm going to call them that because, quite frankly, they know me longer than I know myself. They both are good friends with my Aunt Tita and my maternal family, and of course, on the other side, my paternal side. But Bronco, to me, when I remember when Bronco returned to St. Croix, and the one thing I remember about him returning to St. Croix and hearing about him and hearing that he was a doctor was that
30
Bronco
seconds.
always made me feel proud to say I am a Crucian. If I had to sum up being a Crucian, it would be that this man made me feel proud to, I am a Crucian, and I've always felt that way. Dr. Christensen, Donna, of course, I know her all these years. She has a commitment and a dedication to the Virgin Islands that we don't often see, and so it's good that she is being honored today.
Time.
And I just want to say I support, of course, anyone who saves the lives of a mother and children. So I'm supporting everyone in this block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. You're getting better at this one, huh? Time. All right. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and blessings. I too rise in support of all of these bills in this block. Music in Motion, to honor our delegate, Donna Christensen. I wanted to also specifically talk about Bill 35-0101, Dr. Olaf Hendricks, psychiatrist, noteworthy, commendable service. And I know that he would agree with me that mental health must be treated with parity as all other illnesses. You know, the president recently passed our behavioral health bill, which is commendable. No longer can we wait for mental health treatment to be delayed. You know, I ask you, if your child has a broken bone or the flu, and you take him to the hospital, they will be treated immediately. I want to see the day when mental health is treated with the same respect. Treat the psychiatric hospitals like you treat the cancer hospitals, the heart disease. Treat mental illness like we did our HIV community. Quickly, I also want to go to Bill 35-0033, you know, the Honorable Ben Burns Stevens. And I quote a letter from the president, former president of the United States, Ronald Reagan, dated February 12, 1987. Dear Mr. Stevens, word has reached me and Nancy of your heroism in rescuing Janice Daniel and her 5 children.
30 seconds.
By reaching out to help your fellow man in time of need, you have proved that a caring and concerned individual can truly make all the difference. Your example reflects great credit on your family and your community, and I'm pleased to tell you of my pride in you. Nancy Reagan joins me in sending you our best wishes. God bless you sincerely, Ronald N. Reagan, former President of the United States. I rise in support of all of these bills, and at the appropriate time, I shall cast my vote in the affirmative. Blessings to everyone.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll go to Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today before this body in support of these 4 bills in this block. As a matter of fact, I have signed on as co-sponsor for, I think, 3 pieces of these legislation before us today. These pieces of legislation acknowledges individuals in psychiatry, behavioral health, heroism, the medical field, in the arts of children, expressing themselves through dance. Each one of them bring a different strength, community leadership, and it's hard to not say yes to these pieces of legislation before us today. They have already been vetted in committee, passed through rules, and I am ready to vote in favor of these pieces of legislation before us, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, we'll go to Senator Gittins. You're recognized for your 2 minutes. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, good afternoon to all. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all the measures in this block. You know, I often say that it's important for us to give people their flowers while they're alive, And so I'm honored to be able to sponsor these legislations or these resolutions before us. It's also important to, honor and commend those who have significantly contributed to our community. At the appropriate time, I'll also be offering an amendment to the resolution that honors and commends Dr. Olaf Hendricks, whereas the next mental health facility that we see built or bought in the District of St. Croix be named in his honor. It is only right and fitting that we do this. There's a lot of work taking place behind the scenes when it comes to mental health, and thank you, Mr. President, for taking the lead on this as well. But you know what? We don't talk about it often enough, so there are some that believes that nothing is happening. But I also want to publicly say thank you, too, to even Judge Willock, and I'm calling him out because, usually you don't hear about the assistance from people in the third branch of government, but this is something that's crucial and critical to the needs of the people of the territory. And I just want to say thank you, Judge Willacks, as well, and to everyone else who is helping
30 seconds.
and working with this mental health problem we have. And colleagues, I'm going to say it and say it each time. When people send you here to the legislature, they send you here to work. Stop running away from the issues, especially when there is time for a vote. When your district needs you, you need to be there. And take a position. It is either yes, no, or you sit there and you abstain. I don't believe in sitting and abstaining because, again, the people sent you here to make a decision on their behalf. And I am truly perturbed as I stand here today that when St. Croix needs you, that one of our members could be absent.
Time.
And I could care less who's upset. The people elected you to be here and take a position. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Joseph, Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes, Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of these 2 resolutions and 2 acts in this block. All of these measures were properly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which I chair. And I want to begin by first congratulating Ms. Charlita Schuster for her endurance and perseveration, because she has used and found a key niche to use dance as a mechanism to educate and uplift, as well as build self-esteem for younger people. So I want to congratulate her on that. I also want to thank the bill sponsor for doing that, bringing that actual resolution forward. I also want to commend the other sponsors, Mr. Benny Ben Buren Stephen. His resolution is to really name the street from the abattoir to the entrance of Bertha C. Bush Shelter in his honor. This gentleman is a hero. Fearlessly ran into a house that was blazing with fire to rescue not only a single person, but an entire family. How heroic is that? We have legends here in the Virgin Islands.
30 seconds.
Also, I want to commend Dr. Olaf Hendrick. We heard a whole bunch of accolades about his ability with psychiatry and to do well with our people in that field. And finally, I want to really commend, and I signed on this, to commend and to convey the Medal of Honor to Delegate Christensen, who is a trailblazer for women. She is the first physician to serve as a member of Congress, the first woman to represent an offshore territory. And finally, she was the first delegate, female delegate to Congress from the Virgin Islands. That is a strong trailblazer. So I rise in support of all of these measures and will be voting on them accordingly. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll hear from the Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I do rise in support of all 4 bills in this block. First bill number 34-0100, Ms. Shalita Schuster. And I believe the arts is very important to the growth of many of our young people and to our community. I want to commend her for her 40 years of work in the field of music and dance. Secondly, I want to speak to bill number 35-0101, Dr. Olaf Branko Hendricks. I know he has been in the forefront of advocacy when it comes to behavioral health and substance abuse. For years, he has been on the radio and in many arenas speaking of the issues in this area, and I want to commend him for all the work he has done in that field. Next, I want to go to bill number 35-0029 that honors and commends Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and for representing them in Congress. She continues to work on our behalf, even though she's no longer in Congress. Also, she continues to support us when it comes to the medical field and basically working with others to advance us in the territory. And lastly, I want to speak to bill number 35-0033.
30 seconds.
That speaks to Mr. Benny Stevens for his work when it came to saving a family. I remember Mr. Stevens. I grew up in another area, and I've been in both homes, the one that was burned down and Mr. Stevens' home with his kids. And he truly, truly represents one who is his brother's keeper, because many folks run from instances like those, but he actually ran in the fire to save those individuals because those were his neighbors. And as a matter of fact, he considered them to be his family. That's the type of person he was.
Time.
So I want to commend him for what he has done, and honestly, that God may continue to bless his family and those that were rescued. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. And if the Madam Timekeeper could put 2 minutes on the clock for me, I certainly sit in support of all of the measures in this particular block, number 2. Of course, the resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School and Shalita Schuster for the work that she have done, over the years, and really just her consistency and stick-to-itiveness in moving the school forward. Besides the dance and talent experience, it also provided a safety net for a lot of our youngsters, both females and males, that went through that dance academy. And it's also a sobering reality that I'm on the other side of the hill. Because I can remember her when she first started, some 40 years ago, when, I see her prancing through Sunny Isles many times in what we call stuff, leotards. And like everywhere she went, you were almost like Barbie, like just chipping all over Sunny Isles and stuff like that there. And 40 years later, she's still doing this. So, I really want to commend her. Of course, the resolution honoring and commending Dr. Olaf Branko Hendricks. This speaks volume. His contribution is invaluable. I truly want to commend, the sponsors of these legislation. He have really taken the behavioral health, mental health, and psychiatry serious over the years, and had really been the savior in many instances. As some of my colleagues have indicated, he was the voice of reason throughout the entire Virgin Islands many times. So despite his own challenges, he was able to overcome and really move behavioral health over the years.
30
So I
seconds.
commend him. In respect to Donna Marie Christensen, MD, I'm the one that one of the primary sponsors on this particular legislation. I thank all of those that have joined on as well in moving this legislation forward. Her contribution is immeasurable over the years. I think that she have shattered the glass ceiling. Some of the things, she have been the lonely voice a lot of times calling for a CFO on this territory. And we're still having that circular discussion today about finances and of the government of the Virgin Islands. And of course, there's no greater sacrifice than putting your life on the line for others. There's a special place in heaven for these type of individuals. A special place in heaven for individuals that put their life on the line. So I certainly salute Mr. Stevens, Benny Stevens, for again sacrificing his own life while rescuing and attempting to save other individuals. We all owe a debt of gratitude to him for that. That rounds out this round number 2. And again, I want to commend all of the hard work that have been put forth by all of the bill sponsors in this particular block for moving this legislation forward. Before we go to a vote on this measure, I want to recognize quickly Senator Ray Fonseca for a personal privilege, a motion for a personal privilege.
Yes.
You recognize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I am so saddened to report to you the Honorable Popa Kelly Charles Wells Sr., who we just honored, and the Carnival Village was named after him, has just passed a few moments ago. And I ask for a moment of prayer. Silence. Stand, please. Our Heavenly Father in heaven, we pray right now in a special way through your power that you bless the soul of our beloved brother, Popa Kelly Charles Wells Sr., through the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Glory be to God. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
On behalf of all the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, we certainly, again, want to offer our condolences to the family of Popa Kelly. And we recognize at the time how eminent this situation was. And I know that the Senator Fred Gregory and others really move to make sure that he was honored in a timely fashion in anticipation of the village naming after him, and because of the critical and eminent stage that he was in. So I'm happy that he was able to. We had a very good evening there. We started off here at the legislature and I went out into the village, that evening, and he was really ecstatic. He was in good spirit. But it's really a sad occasion, when we see this. And this, I just can't help to remember what happened with Wadabli as well. It's just like, we honor these people, and then, days later, they gone on, so. But we give thanks and praise for the time that they have served on this earth, and that we recognize and pay tribute and honor them and commend them for the work that they have done, and also, while they're alive, and giving them the flowers while they were alive. God bless him. All right, Madam Clerk, if you just call up these measures in block number 2 for a vote.
Bill number 35, that's 0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Charlita Schuster, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the Music in Motion Dance Academy.
Roll call. Roll call on bill number 33-0100. 35-0100.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0100, a resolution honoring and commending Music in Motion School of Higher Dance Education and its founder, Shalita Schuster, on the occasion of her 40th anniversary of establishment of the Music in Motion Dance Academy, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, the next item.
Bill number 35-0101, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Olaf Branko Hendricks for his tireless years of remarkable and invaluable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of psychiatry, his advocacy for social justice for individuals with behavioral health and substance use issues, and for his music.
Senator Gittens, you recognize for an amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35-364, which was distributed by our able and talented pages. An amendment to bill number 35-0041. No. Technical amendment here.
Yeah, you need to correct the amendment number as well, Senator Gittens. I think it says 364 is 363.
An amendment to bill number 35-0101. So technical amendment. I withdraw my motion. Let me clear this up one second, please. Come on, legal counsel, what do I do with this? Because this thing got a whole wrong bill number here.
The session will stand in recess for 2 minutes. And we are out of recess. Before we took recess, we recognize Senator Gittins for your amendment. You recognize Senator Gittins at this time?
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. And let me apologize to the public and to colleagues. I was reading the wrong thing. But Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35-363, which was distributed by our able and talented pages, an amendment to bill number 35-0101, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0101 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, in recognition and acknowledgement of Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks's service to the Virgin Islands community as a psychiatrist, especially to the residents on the island of St. Croix. The 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands mandates that any mental health facility established on the island of St. Croix must be named in honor of Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator Joseph, as well as Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Any other amendments? Madam Clerk, roll call and the bill as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Okay, it's here.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Very well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0101, a resolution honoring and commending Dr. Olaf Bronco Hendricks for his tireless years of remarkable and invaluable contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of psychiatry, his advocacy for social justice for individuals with behavioral health and substance use issues, and for his music, as amended, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Bill number 35-0029, an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress.
Roll call on bill number 35-0029.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0029, an act honoring and commending Donna Marie Christensen, MD, for her tireless contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the medical field and representation in the United States Congress, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. The next item.
Bill number 35-0033, an act honoring and commending Mr. Ben Buren Benny Stevens posthumously for his heroism in saving the lives of a mother and her children, and to rename the Bovoni Road, route number 30, specifically from the entrance of the abattoir to the entrance of the Bertha C. Bushelta Middle School, the Ben Buren Benny Stevens Drive.
Roll call on bill number 35-0033.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0033, an act honoring and commending Mr. Benny Stevens posthumously for his heroism in saving the lives of a mother and her children, and to rename the Bovoni Road, route number 30, specifically from the entrance of the abattoir to the entrance of the Bertha C. Bushelta Middle School, the Benny Stevens Drive, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. That rounds out block number 2, and at this time we'll take a half an hour, 30 minutes lunch break, and then resume with the remaining blocks on today's agenda. Session of July 20th, 2023, stand in recess for 30 minutes.
the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone.
Good afternoon. We're out of recess at this time, and we're going into block number 3. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 3.
Block number 3, Bill number 35-0035, an act amended Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for a handicap window decal. Bill number 35-0036, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, Subsection F, Paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission. Bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles for his commendable public service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day. And Bill number 35-0078, an act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Tourism to conduct its survey to assist in the establishment of an official dish and dessert of the Virgin Islands. That concludes the reading of block number 3, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, there we have it. Colleagues, in block number 3, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 measures in this block. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. I rise in support of some of the pieces of legislation in this block. As it relates to Bill 35-0035, I did sign on of this piece of legislation along with the sponsor, Senator Frankie Johnson, in support of our veterans to expand the definition in regards to getting handicap decals. As it relates to 35-0036, the responsibility of the executive director in able to carry out their duties. As a member of the 34th legislature, we did pass a piece of legislation that extended the authority of the executive director when it came to the Taxicab Commission. Unfortunately, it was vetoed by the governor, and because the legislature had closed out, we are bringing it back again. I have an amendment to this to define the duties of the executive director so we will not have any issues as to what their responsibilities are. As it relates to 35-0041, the awarding of the Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles, I am in full support of that piece of legislation. Honor people when they do positive things in our territory. As it relates to 35-0078, I am not in support of this piece of legislation. I attended the hearing on the island of St. John, where this piece of legislation begs to ask the tourism department if we could get a survey done. I don't know about you, but if you wish to open up the Virgin Islands Code Book to see the legislature just asking to do a survey, and it will forever be written in our code, it is quite ridiculous from my perspective. I am not in the benefit of over-legislating. And on the Senate floor, we asked the individual who represented the tourism department if we had simply just asked them to do this survey. The lady said, yes, we would have just done it if you just asked. And the reason why she said they would have just done it is because they already have under contract someone that's doing those types of surveys, and it would not have cost the government any additional funds. We do not need to be constantly over-legislating. That is not our job. Also, as it relates to Bill 35-0075, I am vehemently opposed to this piece of legislation. This is a legislation that speaks to designate the third Monday of February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day. As you know, nationally, the third Monday in February is known as President's Day. But in actuality, based on federal law, it is actually George Washington's birthday. The reason why it's on February the 3rd is because in 1968, the federal government had the Uniform Holidays Act, where they put on specific Mondays, Memorial Day, George Washington's birthday, and Columbus Day.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
The problem that I'm having with the creation of this piece of legislation, the author sat here, our representative from St. John, sat here in these chambers and shared with the public the reason why he thought we should have a governor's day. One of the reasons is he felt that the governor's job is a thankless job. He felt that it was the highest office in the land. And because the United States had President's Day, we should also have a Governor's Day. I do not agree with any of that. I don't know if the author knows his worth, but we are all co-equal branches of government, where senators are public servants to the people and are the top of the legislature. The governor is at the top of the executive branch and judges at the top of the judicial branch. Unfortunately, when I tried to share my thoughts with the author that President's Day does not exist.
30 seconds.
He wasn't even aware that it's still on the law books just to honor George Washington. So even the way this law is written is incorrect. So on top of that, we are public servants to the people. Nowhere under the American flag is there a Governor's Day. Nowhere under the American flag is there a President's Day. Nowhere under the American flag is there a Senator's Day. Nowhere under the American flag is there a Congressman's Day. It does not exist. And I don't think as a body we need to create one. We don't have a problem with honoring people when they've done something. We did it for Cyril King. We celebrate his birthday because we handpicked a governor that was exceptional.
Time.
But to do it across the board is wrong. Could I just wrap up quickly? And the final thing, an argument that was made, specifically spoke to we need to educate our children on governors in the territory. We as a body just overrode to make sure they have VI history. What I learned about George Washington in my US history is that when he was 11, he started to inherit slaves. That is what I was taught. Make sure our children are taught about the governors in VI history instead of creating an additional law. And final wrap up, the final argument that was made in regards to we have to say something because we fought to be able to vote for governor. I understand that. We fought to do a lot of things. Do you know initially as this body, as a municipal government...
You have to wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. As a municipal council, it was governed by the naval government, the naval. And if we didn't do what they liked, they could have disbanded the whole legislature. We had to fight in order to be elected. And the same way we fought as a governor to be elected, we don't need to put our office above everything and praise it. We are public servants, employees of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next, we'll recognize Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We call that Kokobe Panyard.
It's supposed to be said.
I stand in support of most of these measures, and I'll go very fast so that the rest of my colleagues will have their time fairly. The first three measures, Bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20 of Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 29, expanding the definition of disabled veteran. I did have a long meeting with a set of veterans over in the Legion Hall. And what they actually explained to me that the decal, the license plate used to have the disabled decal in it. It was done by Veteran Affairs without any kind of legislation. They just did it. They were stopped from doing it because there wasn't a law allowing them to do that. And they asked to have this decal, the disabled decal, back in the license plate. And they're proud veterans, proud people that served, that got injured, served in this country. And they was asking to get this decal back in the plate. And after long consideration and long discussion with them, I definitely moved this measure forward. So that's basically what that is. And I ask for you guys' support on this. Bill 35-0036, an act amending Title 3 of the Virgin Island Code. I was a part of voting in this when it came to the first time in rules. And yes, the governor did veto this, and we know what was happening in Taxi Cab Commission. It really was out of whack. And if we didn't do this measure, we'll still be having problems, which we still are. So I definitely support giving, the head of that division, the executive director, more authority to actually run the Taxi Cab Commission. Bill number 350041, awarding the honor to my West buddy, Mr. Edgar Isles, big giant, very humble man that solved this territory and solved it well. When you see him walk, he walked very gentle and very quiet, but he surely rose to the occasion to pass many measures to make this place that we are sitting in a better place today. The other two measures I did say to the sponsors, especially Bill 35078, that I don't think we need to overstretch our arms in doing this measure. And I also said to him I will support when if this go through, rather it go through or not, once the measure came or we find out what's the dish that we want to make, dish of the Virgin Islands, I would definitely support it at that time. I just didn't think we need to overstretch to have piece of measure to have the department to go and do this big survey. And again, to the hearing, they say, we already have a contractor that will do this for us. So I just can't overstretch. And,
1 minute, 30 seconds.
My colleague said it well enough for me for 35075. At the appropriate time, I will be voting on the measures and that I really do support. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will vote appropriately on the time when it comes for these bills. There's some I approve of, there's some I don't. But I'm fully 100% in favor of veterans. I like to take the time out I didn't get a chance to recognize my summer employees. I have 19 summer employees between St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And I had the opportunity to go to St. Croix and St. John and visit. But I at least like to call the names out and give them a shout out, since to bring 19 in here might have been a little cumbersome. Ms. Sherlyn Charter, Mr. Donald Dominique, Decoy Durant, Janae Etienne, Kayla Espanol, Javante Francis, Tashanique Forbes, Janiqua Gibbs, Jael George, Abigail Jabwa, Kamari Jackson, DeJonathan Letsum, Charlize Matthew, Ajani Reimer, Zene Richardson, Kylie Scotliff, Royd Thompson, and two more. So, Nazea Warner and Mr. Dennis Watley. I just said that because I want to end up with the block that we're going into. I was born in the 60s, and my parents passed on to me, you don't give up what you have, because we all seem to be poor, but we didn't know we were rich. And why we were rich? Because we owned the land that we had. My mother owned a piece of property in Savannah, and it's going to die with me, and it will be passed on to my children. And if they look to sell it, I'm going to haunt them for the rest of their life, because my instructions to them would be also never to sell what we own. Life ain't get that bad. But again, it's a difference. St. John, a unique place, is a part of the Virgin Islands. It's bad enough that on St. John, there are no more native-born St. Johnians on St. John. Whether we like it or not, when they get pregnant, they get ready to get born, they have to come down to St. Thomas, they have the child to go back up. So when we talk about why I consider a travesty to me, and like I say, I ain't knocking nobody, you vote your conscience, but for me, that's how I look at life here as a Virgin Islander. We lost, St. Thomians have lost St. Thomas, why? We sell out. St. Crucians, why? Because we sell out. St. Johnians, why? Because we sell out. I ain't selling, I ain't giving up, I ain't bartering, I ain't trading anything over Virgin Islander or the Virgin Islands. That's just my opinion.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of mostly all, if not all, the measures in this block. You know, I think one of the great things about this body is that we are a diverse set of individuals from different backgrounds and different perspectives, and we all bring that to the table. With regards to Bill 350035, I commend the sponsor of the bill in regards to recognizing our disabled veteran and ensuring that, you know, they are received eligibility necessary as the handicap window decal. So I would be supporting that measure. The same thing with Bill 350041, honoring a statement, a gentle giant that served this community and served this body and the people of Virgin Islands for many years. And I think it's only appropriate to recognize his legacy by being able to honor him in this way, even though it's after his death. With regards to Bill 350075, Bill 350078, there are things that are intricately involved with who we are as a people. The Virgin Islands, it's a destination that is very known as a tourist attraction. And I believe these things just highlight who we are and identify us as people. With regards to Bill 350036, we all know that the Taxi Cab Commission needs a lot of help. They have some very serious issues over the years. That is not a secret. To be honest, I think they need a whole reformation change over completely. But this would bring some clarity to some of the pertaining issues that we've heard. We've been part of town hall meetings. We sat in these committee hearings where we had the opportunity to speak and discuss these issues, hearing all the stakeholders involved. So at the appropriate time, I will be voting on each and every one of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll go to Senator Javon James. Senior, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The statement that I'm about to make is in regards to the bill number 35.0078. And I'm reading from the New York Times. This is from the New York Times. And it says, Fungi's roots extend back to the 18th century when under colonial rule, food was rationed for enslaved Africans in the islands as part of a 1755 law that required slave owners to provide enslaved persons with corn flour or cassava as well as salt pork. In his 1992 book, Slave Society in the Danish West Indies, the author and Professor Neville A.T. Hall writes that this amount would have been 2.5 quarts of cassava or cornmeal per week, a small amount considering the hard labor required during harvest season. To fill in the gaps, enslaved Africans grew their own provisions on land hidden from slave owners. Okra, a key ingredient in West African cooking brought to the Caribbean by the transatlantic slave trade, was likely added to the cornmeal around this time, increasing the dish nutritional value, adding an earthy flavor, and stretching it into a meal that could feed many. Then he went on to say that the British Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands, I guess unofficially, shares the same dish. I am not afraid to say, my parents came from the Eastern Caribbean. What I'm a born Crucian, I respect the culture. If you want to know the true culture, you have to go back to the Danish times. We have the Trinidadians with the roti, we have the Puerto Ricans with the this, and everybody have their own twists. But you have to study the deep-rooted culture, tracing back to the Danish rule till, I guess, when we were able to govern ourselves. Everybody's going to have an opinion, and that's my only concern with this bill. Everybody has an opinion, but that don't mean it's a fact. The fact is, dating back to the Danish rule, this is what our ancestors ate. Now, if it pass, so be it.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
But all my life, I always thought it was fish and fungi. So I guess I have a lot to learn. So I will be voting no for that. As far as Bill number 35.0041, I stand in support of awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles. And may God continue to bless his soul. And thank you for your service while you were here. I stand in support of Bill number 35.0035 as well, which speaks to expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for a handicap window decal. As far as the Taxi Cab Commission bill, I submitted legislation and I was preempted. I'm not going to name the senator, but I was preempted because I was going to change how we go about with the Taxi Cab Commission, but I'm going to speak to that individual on the side and see if we can work together.
30 seconds.
In other words, I see what the author is trying to do with this bill, but based on the confusion we have seen here in the budget hearings and the different things, I don't see this improving anything at all. Lastly, Governors' Day. Respect to all the governors. Respect every single one of them. But, and I will leave it as that. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we'll hear from Senator Balkes. Senator at Large Balkes Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Please recognize the mic of Senator Balkes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of all of the measures in this block. Specifically, I'd like to begin with 350078. And today we gather to discuss a momentous bill that transcends politics, personal preferences, and individual opinions. It's essential for us to understand that this day is not about a single governor or individual. Instead, it celebrates the collective contributions made by all of those who have held that esteemed position of governor and lieutenant governor of the Virgin Islands. Regardless of our personal feelings towards a particular governor, this day honors the legacy of every leader who has played a role in shaping our history of governance in this territory. The day is about unity and inclusivity and honoring the spirit of public service. It serves as a reminder that governance is shared, a shared responsibility, and every individual who held that office has contributed to the progress and development of this territory. This day celebrates our right to vote as elected individuals to these offices, a right that we have been able to exercise for 55 years. The passage of this act signifies our commitment to respecting and recognizing the contributions of our past leaders and empowering those who will step into the roles of governors and lieutenant governors in the future. Let us put aside our divisive sentiments and embrace the true essence of a Virgin Islands Governors' Day, a day that celebrates the collective spirit of public service, accountability, and the promise of a brighter future for this territory. Concerning a national dish, the Department of Tourism and the Hotel Tourism Association believes that establishing a national dish and dessert can create unity, pride, and a new revenue opportunity for the United States Virgin Islands, hence diversifying our economic development. The current focus of the bill is to gather information, not to finalize the decision, ensuring that our informed choice has been based on data rather than conjecture or personal opinion. The measure has the potential to unite the community and our territory. Colleagues, I urge for your support on that bill. Bill 350036. The VI Taxi Cab Commission has faced internal obstacles due to the authority issues within the board, hindering the executive director from performing her duties expeditiously or improving any management or daily operations. concerning Bill number 35-0035, concerning the purposes and eligibility of handicap window decals for disabled veterans. I'm also in support of that measure. And lastly, of course, awarding the VI Medal of Honor to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles. I guess he's getting his Senator Day for his commendable public service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Balkas, colleagues, let's be respectful of the senator's time and please keep the talking down a bit. It's distracting. All right. Senator for Gregory, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This afternoon, I look at the 5 bills that's in this particular block, and I'm going to do it a little different. I'm going to go from the bottom up. Bill number 0078. This survey about our official dish. Our official dish is fish and fungi. We do not need a survey to determine that our official dish is fish and fungi. Whether we from St. Croix, St. Thomas, or St. John, Sinjan, is fish and fungi. We have to remember that we are a melting pot in this Caribbean. And if we put out a survey, we can find ourselves in a lot of challenges. It's fish and fungi. So just bring the bill that says fish and fungi, and we'll go with that. Now, there's a lot of conversation around 35-0075, which is the Governor's Day. And I'm not going to elaborate on it too much, but what I will say is we need a technical amendment. If we're going to have Governor's Day, it's Governor's Day, not governors and lieutenant governors. That's one. And 2, we should not be entertaining any luncheon. The legislation speaks specifically to the proclamation that designates the day as Governor's Day. So at the appropriate time, we'll bring the technical amendment for the Lieutenant Governor portion, as well as the amendment. Taxicab Commission. This one definitely have a no from me. Each board in this territory that has been created by this institution should have bylaws. And moving legislation to try to, this is called over-legislating. The bylaws should determine what the duties and responsibilities are of the executive director of the Taxicab Commission. If we move this type of legislation, then it says that now we are placing ourselves in a position to determine how every single board and commission functions in this territory. If we are not satisfied with the leaders of the board, then we make the necessary recommendations and address it appropriately. But to get into the day-to-day operations of the Taxicab Commission, I believe it's not appropriate. And I believe that at some point, the Taxicab Commission was under the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs as a regular board, a regular commission. And we are at the point where we should just dismantle it and move it back under the Licensing and Consumer Affairs so they could collect the fees, give the taxi drivers what they should get, and move on. The Licensing and Consumer Affairs already have an enforcement division. What are we doing? So I'm not in support of that measure. And the others, I am definitely in support of, so I'm not going to belabor the issue. Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Potter, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of the vast majority of the bills in this block, if not all of the bills in this block. And at the appropriate time, I plan to cast my vote accordingly. But I would be remiss if I didn't single out for some level of commentary, Bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles. That's already a special thing, the fact that he is a Milton, for his exemplary service to the people of the Virgin Islands. As you know, he was a long-term senator who served distinguishedly for many, many years. He was a Rotarian. He was a member of the Olympics Committee for many, many years. He has left his mark on this community and is well deserving of such an honor. Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote accordingly for all of the bills in this block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Senator Marie C. James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of a few of these bills. When it comes to the bill number 35-0035, clearly there is a need for the expansion of the definition, and because it's for the purposes of the handicap window decal, it's very appropriate. So I am in support of that bill. With respect to bill number 35-0036, I will admit that I believe that there may be the need to, in fact, begin again. Let me put that in terms of the VI Taxi Cab Commission and relook that entire organization and its existence. When it comes to bill number 35-0041, I definitely support the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles. I knew him. He was a gentleman, very active in the St. Croix community with the Olympics, as said by the previous speaker, and is very deserving of the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor. When it comes to bill number 35-0075, honoring Virgin Islands Governors Day in February, it's unnecessary, and we'll honor them in February anyway. It's Black History Month. Maybe we can move it to March too, and honor them in February and March. But to give them a specific day, I do not agree with that measure. I also agree that fish and fungi is the dish cooked differently on every island, but we all agree that we all love it. And so I also do not believe that legislation should be enacted for an agency to conduct a survey. All one needs to do is ask the agency to conduct the survey and have them do it. But it seems like we already have 2 votes for fish and fungi in this house. So, 3? Okay, there you go. So, I don't know the 4th one? The 4th one. So, Mr. President, before I need to stop counting, thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I got clerks to do the counting. No, you don't have to do the counting. That'll be all right. Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to all the people of the Virgin Islands. Senator James, that's 5 for fish and fungi. But you know, I like the hind and the yellowtail. You know I used to go out Fort Milner to buy my fish. I went out there the other day, and they can't sell fish out there in Fort Milner. They say that the Gago Fish Market is endangering a public highway and all kind of thing. You know, most of the people in the Virgin Islands live on the eastern end. So now if you don't have a car, you got to catch a bus, so you are late for something to go in town to get your fish. You know, and they even selling little flour and thing, fungi. They move everybody from out there. But I know we ain't discussing that today, Mr. Chair. So I want to specifically discuss Bill 35-0036, the Taxi Cab Commission Executive Director. Because, I intend to move legislation at a future date to address the issues of the boards and the commission. Because, a board has to deal with policy making. They need to set policies that lead to efficient functioning of the organization. We had STEM CC here before us today. Last week, June 7th, in the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. They signed a lease in 2017 for a building. They were going to build. They ain't got no plans to build the building. As a matter of fact, the grass still high. They ain't even cut the grass. The lease now gone up to 16,000, from 4,000 to 16,000. The board them telling me that they ain't signed it, but when I check it out, there was a clause that the lease goes up based on this and that. So, boards need to look at making strategic decisions. They need to set the vision and the mission, financial oversight, fiscal controls. Is the funds being managed properly? The Taxi Cab Commission, is the funds being managed properly? You need to have training, ethical standards, oversee the activities of the organization, and provide overall direction. So boards and commissions are very important in our community. Bill number 35-0035, disabled veterans to expand their eligibility. Veterans, I there with all of you. I definitely support this. Yes. I gonna tell you though, Edgar Isles, to honor him posthumously, I am definitely in favor of that. Just this week here, our past president, Mr. Stradiron, sat right here and told us Edgar Isles sat right here in my seat for the 13th, 15th, and 17th legislature. Now, I've never met the man, but I've looked at his record, and he definitely has outstanding service to our community. Our Crucian brother Edgar Isles, I fully support his being designated for a Medal of Honor. But I got a problem here with one of the other bills with the governor and thing. My fellow colleague from Wrong the Field made a statement here that I fully support. Timing is very, very important. And I'm going to tell the people of the Virgin Islands very seriously, right now there's some allegations, some accusation, they're saying all kind of thing about a child molester that was involved in former governors and all these kind of things. I cannot at this time support this measure until all of that has straightened out. I love Wang Louis, Cyril King, Farrelly, and all of them, but we need to address all of those issues. So I cannot support it. The timing is wrong. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Capehart, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of some of these bills in this block. Bill number 35-0035, being an advocate for individuals with disabilities, specifically legislation for individuals who are veterans, I'm in support of this legislation. Bill number 35-0036. Let me just say, since the beginning of time, I know this taxi commission exists. There has always been big issues, problems. So that legislation to go under the purview of a department that would make sure their fiduciary responsibilities is done, and we don't need to be bringing legislation to bring clarification and accountability, I would support it. But for now, I think I'm going to support that. The Bill 35-0041, I knew former Senator Edgar Milton Isles. I acknowledge all the contributions that he's made to the Virgin Islands, and I describe him, Senator Fonseca, as a gentle giant, if you knew him. The other two legislation, let me just talk about the survey. Listen, if you know me, I's a fish and fungi girl. Butter sauce, okra fungi, it's a must. Creole sauce, it's a must. I never tried the mayonnaise sauce, but that's what we eat. All three of them. Butter sauce, Creole sauce, mayonnaise sauce with fungi. That is our dish. Senator Bulkes, I understand your intention, but we don't need a survey. Just let we get done through tourism. So, Governor's Day, I'll think about it during this block. Mr. President, I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Soon come. Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. We still have a couple more to go, and then we'll come to the vote. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. But before you start my time, let me just remind my colleagues, we can't call members' names on the floor, okay? Just a reminder. Even if you're good or you're bad. No shit. That's just a reminder. But thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise to speak on this 4 minutes here. My colleague across the aisle in the minority was on par with what I would like to speak on with regards to the bill for tourism, to do some survey, and the Governor's Day. First of all, Alberta Mesa, rest her soul, my great-grandmother. Virginia Gittins Ferris, my grandmother. And Doris Williams Joseph would turn over any time I go against fish and fungi being my native dish. Ain't no other. So this survey, I will not be supporting. Waste of paper, sorry. The Governor's Day, we have a whole month that we celebrate Virgin Islands history. If you want to celebrate governors, these aren't appointed governors. These are our elected governors that we're talking about. Let's celebrate them during that time. Honestly, colleagues, we got a lot more important things and pressing things to deal with. And as I stand here, I am, like feverishly annoyed with some of the progress that we've seen in this place. We got hospitals that need to build. We got Queen Louise here and St. Thomas, Hobart Gregg and St. Croix, with our seniors living in the poorest conditions. I mean, we could sit here and talk about whether or not fish and fungi is your native dish, or which day we're going to designate for Governor's Day. Designate the Seniors' Day. Let's get something going for our seniors. Let's get something going for our people. We got a decision to make just now.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Our folks in St. John, landlocked, can't get to their own property. We got to stand here today with a shotgun to our head to make a decision as to whether or not we're going to get a school because we need to swap land. As far as I'm concerned, we don't need to give them a rock self. So hopefully, we could make a decision here that will be able to benefit all. We done went to school already. I ain't care how old you is, you could still go to school, but ain't that school. But we need to build a school in St. John, and we shouldn't have to be forced to do it this way. A lot of progress needs to be made. Parley Joseph Stadium, still there. They told you all that November 2023, this thing will be done or not. Y'all heard them when they tell you all that? When last you been to Parley Joseph Stadium? You think that going to finish November 2023?
30 seconds.
Vincent Mason Pool there. We can't even get them to say, let's do a phase 1 and phase 2 so that the people could utilize at least the grounds. While you're talking about piling under pool. I mean, come on, man. We're here to work, let's work for the benefit of the masses, of the people.
Time.
They're crying out. We got a lot of work to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. We hear you loud and clear. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to debate all of the 5 bills in this block. Let me just start off with the survey for the tourism for us to determine our dish of choice and to have it represented here and known. I don't have any major issues with that. But however, that seems more so a ministerial activity that the Department of Tourism can take charge of without us having to codify it. The other is the Governor's Day. Now, my staff, they did some research, and maybe it's how it's being put forward. There is a Governor's Day in a state, you know, that we were able to identify, and that was in the state of Utah. And who puts on that and implements the whole Governor's Day recognition is the National Guard. So perhaps that's something we need to look at and consider regarding the Governor's Day. Next, I had the occasion, it was a very brief occasion, to meet and also talk to the former and late Senator Edgar Milton Isles. I knew he was a horseman. He came and we had a good discussion, and he was always very humble. He was very tall. I'm a really short human being. And he was towering, but he was always, what I appreciated about him, that he was respectful. At our meeting, his family spoke so well about his level of care for our community, especially in the Island District of St. Croix, and especially regarding our recreational activity, baseball, and all of those types of recreational activities, as well as horse racing. So I definitely will be supporting and voting in favor of that bill. Next, we have the inclusion of the disabled emblem on the license plates for our veterans. I have no problem with that. I definitely
1 minute,
will
30
go
seconds.
and support that bill. The last one is relative to clarify the duties of the executive director for the Taxi Cab Commission. That commission is really out of control. Even the executive director, I am not convinced that she has the ability to move and address this critical agency which stands at the front line of our major industry, tourism. I am not convinced. And I don't even believe with changing the duties and responsibilities is going to make any major change. But if it would help, know that I was preempted by a senator to dismantle it. And I'm hoping that we could bring that legislation because it's
30
not
seconds.
the first time it's happened, but it needs to be because the people in St. John said that there is no way they could get any type of communication from the St. Thomas Taxi Cab Commission, and it's one district. It don't take too long to go up to St. John. So I don't understand what they're doing there. So I am going to vote accordingly as the time comes. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. If the Madam Timekeeper could put 4 minutes on the clock for me, I probably won't be using all of it. I stand in support of some of the legislation in this particular block, and of course, I'll start from the top. Bill 35-0035, which speaks to the expanded the definition of the disabled veteran. I am full support of that measure. Again, those individuals have gone above and beyond for the protection of this American system is something that I truly honor and commend. I have several family members as veteran and will always hold them in self-esteem, great self-esteem, as well as the fact that those individuals that may have been injured and disabled and they now require disability status is something that I will be supporting. In respect to Bill number 35-0036, which speaks to the Taxi Cab Commission, the Taxi Cab Commission is totally dysfunctional. Taxi drivers represent being the ambassadors of this territory, and the fact that we don't have a commission to properly regulate and guide these taxi drivers, it's a shame on us. I am aligned with my colleagues that this just needs to be disbanded and put back with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Bring the bill. We're talking too long. This bill continue, this conversation continue to permeate. Bills were vetoed. Bring the bill and let's move it forward. All right, we got two bites at the apple. Let's address this issue post haste if we don't want to continue to be embarrassed by this situation. Bill 35-0041, honoring and commending and giving the Medal of Honor posthumously to Senator Edgar Milton Isles is something that I fully support as well. I knew Mr. Isles very, very well. Growing up, I had been able to see him in action. We used to refer to him as the Minister of Sports a lot of times because he really took the Olympics seriously. He served as a legislator and who I believe is a true statesman. Whenever you saw him, he was always calm, cool, and collective, but very decisive in his actions, very influential in his position. So that is something that could be emulated and certainly is warranted the Medal of Honor.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Governor's Day, I got mixed feelings about that. Obviously, I believe that what I will support more than anything else is a Governor's Museum, where we could be able to archive all of the important documentation of the governors throughout the territory. We young in government in comparison to other places, but I don't know that Governor's Day will really mark the importance of our governors, and I would more prefer to see us work towards creating a Governor's Museum, and I'm hoping that we could really develop that moving forward. Fish and fungi. I second that motion, especially if it's a fish head. So, fish and fungi for me is like at least 3-4 times a week. They'll tell you, 3-4 times a week. Butter sauce, stew, raw, however you want to bring it, I will eat fish all day long. So I totally agree that fish and fungi should be the order of the day. Let's not put this up to something that we're going to be disappointed in. Because when they say something else, then we're going to want to understand. And I think that fish and fungi represent the entire territory. We won't have where St. Thomas have one thing, St. John have something else. And Sinquoi have something else. I think fish and fungi is definitely the way to go. So I'm hoping that that's the level that we'll be at. But again, enough on this discussion. I think that we have a major vote. We have individuals here from St. John and that will, at some point, would like us to really take some action in this. As soon as I finish my time, I'll come to you, Senator. Colleagues, I believe that a lot of work have gone into the preparation of these bills, and whichever way we vote for them, we need to be appreciative of the work that has been done on by our colleagues, and we just vote accordingly, vote our conscience, and vote with what we could live with moving forward. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on the record for clarity. My colleague mentioned that there was a Governor's Day in the state of Utah. The military, through the National Guard, does have that because the governor is the commander-in-chief of the National Guard. So they celebrate it, just like how we might have a term here, Governor's Cup, if we have an event. But there's no federal holiday. As a matter of fact, the state of Utah is one of the few states that specifically just honor George Washington's birthday. They don't use the term President's Day. Thank you.
Very well, Senator Gittins, you had a point of information? Senator Gittins, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the chair to the attorney, I just wanted to know if I am allowed to make a motion to just outright change that to fish and fungi being the dish, the native dish, or would that be too substantive?
To Senator Gittins, that would definitely change the intent of the bill, so you would have to submit a drafting request to our office. That would not be a technical amendment.
So too substantive?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well. Point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger.
We actually submitted an amendment to just scrap all of that and name it a specific dish. So if y'all don't want to kill it, we could just do the amendment one time because I actually did submit it. Thank
Very
you.
well. Yes. Very well. At this time, we'll take a 5 minutes recess. The 5-minute recess. Session stands in recess for 5 minutes. And we're out of recess and we're into the block number 3. And obviously, before we went on the recess, we completed the debate time on block number 3 and getting ready to take these bills for a vote. Senator Bulkes, at this time you recognize
thank you,
for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to send back Mr. President, I move to send to the Committee of Jurisdiction, return to the Committee of Jurisdiction, Bill number 35-0075, and act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Bulkes, seconded by, I think I heard from Senator Gittins, Senator Fonseca. I heard an objection to by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. 2-minute debate time. Please recognize Senator Bulkes for his 2 minutes debate time.
Yes. After hearing from our colleagues, I've decided to pull the bill to go back to the Committee of Jurisdiction, to the drawing board, so that we can make the further recommendations and amendments to the bill to further enhance the bill to be more appropriate. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize you got 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not even sure if my good Sinjonian senator even know what he really wants to do. But at the end of the day, we all made it clear, and those who objected to it is fully aware of what his intention was. And at the end of the day, attempting to hold it so you could bring it back on another day and package it into something nice and cute and fluffy, which it is not, or package it to a time when you feel like maybe it's after election time and you could bring it back when people don't paying attention and you're not worried about getting reelected. Let's bring it back then. So your attempt to repackage it is not in the best interest of those that have clearly expressed today that we have an issue with attempt to create a day to honor public servants when we are actually the employees of the people of the territory. Thank you.
You reserve the balance of your time?
I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Alma Francis Heidegger?
1 minute.
Senator Bolkes, you recognize you have 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Mr. President, we just met in a recess and we discussed a number of these bills that I'm about to pull back in order to work on them. So I'm very confused as to why the senator is saying these comments on the floor. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heidegger, you got 1 minute remaining.
While my colleagues stressed the word we, I was not party to those conversations. So at the end of the day, again, I am not in support of us creating a Governor's Day to praise public servants. We are in a community where the people expect us to look out for them, whether we are governor, whether we are senator, whether we are lieutenant governor. At the end of the day, we are the employees of the people. If we want to honor a governor for something that they have done great, do so. We have come to a point that we have spent so much time rationalizing mediocrity, we have forgotten what greatness looks like. And at the end of the day, we have to do better as a body. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Alma Francis Heidegger?
20 seconds.
Mr. President,
one second. Senator Bolkes, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining.
Mr. President, I ask to restate my motion.
Oh, right now you're in debate time, so you'll have an opportunity at the conclusion to dispose of it however you wish to. But right now we have 1 minute and 30 seconds regarding your debate on this matter, your motion.
I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Senator Francis Heidegger, you have 20 seconds.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. For the balance of my time, I understand that my colleague made an attempt to do something that he thought was right. I really hope that he had done a little bit more research in order in the creation of this bill. And for me, no amendment will ever be able to change the fact that this bill, in some shape or form, will be creating
time.
Thank you very much for the additional time.
Your time has expired. Senator Bolkes, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I give the balance of my time to Vice President Blyden.
Senator Blyden, you recognize for 1 minute, 30 seconds. Please recognize the mic of Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, thank you so much, Senate President Francis. I must say, right, I have heard the discussion around this bill, and I sign on. One of the reasons why I sign on, if you look at our history, our governors were not elected by the people. They were not elected by the people. So, with that being said, I see an opportunity for us as representatives to support those individuals, they were all not perfect. We had some great ones. We had some that did what they had to do. But nonetheless, it is something that we decided to do to honor those individuals. So, Mr. President, whatever the majority decide, we will do. I return the time. Thank you.
Very well. I think all time have expired at this point.
Mr. President, I wish to withdraw my motion and restate.
One second, legal counsel. Yeah. Yes. No problem. Yeah. We will go to a roll call on this measure at this point. And his motion that he initially made, which was to send the matter to Committee of Jurisdiction at this time.
Senator Marvin.
Very well. Those that actually offered a second, if you will just withdraw the second, he withdrew the motion, and we'll just allow that to stand. Yes. So withdraw. Please back. Yeah, both Senator DeGraff and Senator Fonseca is who second the motion.
My second.
Very well. All right, Senator Fonseca have withdrawn his second. So again, you could restate your motion at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to hold Bill number 35-0075 and act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day. I so move.
Restate your motion, Senator Balkes.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I move to remove Bill number 35-0075 and act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day from today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Balkes, seconded by Senator Gittins, Senator Fonseca, objected to by Senator Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yay. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. No. He said nay? No. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Absolutely, yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 nays.
Very well, the motion carries. Bill number 35-0078, an act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Tourism to conduct a survey to assist in the establishment of an official correction, that'll be bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as the Virgin Islands Governor's Day has been withdrawn from today's agenda. Motion, Senator Balkes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to
remove Bill number 35-0078, an act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Tourism to conduct a survey to assist in the establishment of an official dish and dessert of the Virgin Islands from today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolquez, seconded by Senator Fonseca, objected to by Senator Francis Heidegger. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 nay.
Please record Senator DeGraff's vote as no, nay.
Senator DeGraff, nay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 nays.
Very well, thank you. Bill number 35-0078, an act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Tourism to conduct a survey to assist in the establishment of an official dish and dessert of the Virgin Islands, have been removed from today's agenda. Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to designate Bill number 35-035, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for disabled window decal, be designated as the non-germane bill that we will be able to, the bill that we put on non-germane amendments. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden and Senator James, Javon James Sr. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Colleagues, at this time we have two remaining items on this, which will be Bill 35-0036 and Bill number 35-0041 in this block. Madam Clerk, please call up these two items for a vote.
Bill number 35-0036. An act amended Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, Paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission.
Roll call on Bill number 35 amendment on Bill number 35-0036. Senator Francis Heidegger, recognized for your amendment.
I move to offer Amendment Bill 35-312 to Bill 35-0036 offered by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Bill number 35-0036 is amended as follows. A, by inserting who will develop and implement strategies, ensure adherence of the Commission's daily activities and long-term plans to establish policies and legal guidelines, hire, direct, oversee staff, forge and maintain relationships of trust with shareholders, partners, and external authorities, access and manage the budget devise remedial actions for any identified issues, and conduct crisis management when necessary, carry out the Taxi Cabs Commission mission according to the strategic direction of the board, and carry out all other functions before in whom. B, by redesigning Section 1 as Section 2, and by inserting a new Section 1 that reads as follows. Section 1, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, is amended by redesigning paragraph 12 as paragraph 13, and by designating the language in paragraph 11 after director as paragraph 12, and inserting hire before taxi inspectors in a new paragraph 12. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Francis Heidegger, seconded by Senator Rankin Johnson, objected to by Senator Bolkes. 2-minute debate time.
Bill number, go ahead. Who?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleagues.
Hold on. Senator, you want to hear his discussion of it? You have to make that request if that's the case.
Oh, okay. Bill number 35-0036. According to what the sponsor of the legislation, my Sinjonian colleague, he wanted to specify the duties and responsibilities of the executive director. But how he presented the bill was very ambiguous with no information in it. And unfortunately, when we were here at the hearing, I made a note to legal counsel to ask of them, if we allow this bill to pass forward without no basic definition as to what these duties were, would the board, who we're trying to take away some of this unfortunate overall power from, would now then have the right to create a definition for the executive director? And the legal counsel said yes. We needed to write a specific definition into his law that he presented so it would not be open-ended, because then the board could turn around and say the executive director's job is chewing gum, and that is all the executive director could do. So to avoid it and basically put teeth to the legislation he brought, according to legal counsel, we had to put a definition. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heidegger?
40 seconds.
40 seconds. Senator Bolkes, you got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleagues, it is that very specificity that got the previous version of this bill vetoed by the governor. It was recommended that the language reflected similarly to language that was presented in the code by the PSC, and that was done in order to apply the language properly. And if we're going to talk about overarching legislation, getting into all of these details here in this amendment is specifically doing just that. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
1 minute, 25 seconds.
Senator Francis Heidegger, you have 40 seconds.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for bringing up that specificity, because it was this same 35th legislature that wrote a piece of legislation similar that we passed that was vetoed. And the only reason it didn't continue on is because the legislature expired. So our attempts to bring it back and do the very thing that we attempted to do, that the majority of us attempted to do last term, I don't understand what the issue was, but he has the right to share his thoughts. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heidegger?
20 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Bolkes, you recognize you got 1 minute, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment speaks to establishing policies, legal guidelines, hiring, directing to oversee staff. All of these things are found in a job responsibility. Basically, when you put something out to hire individual, the language in this amendment reflects a lot of the information that you would otherwise find in a job opening. I do not believe that this amendment is appropriate for what we're trying to do and establish concerning the executive director's role and I believe that it's overarching and over-legislating. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my colleagues to vote down this amendment. Thank you.
Reserve the balance of your time?
I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Volquez?
40 seconds.
Senator Francis Helga, you recognize you got 20 seconds.
I am so encouraged by the on-the-job training that his colleagues are attempting to help him to do here in the legislature today. But at the end of the day, my colleagues cannot seem to read what the amendment.
Senator, calm down.
Rule 811, Mr.
Calm down.
President. Rule 811,
Again,
Mr.
hold
President.
on. Calm down. Point of order. Let's not, again, maintain some decorum here, Senator. All right? Don't attack. Don't get personal. I mean, you could state whatever facts you would like to state, but don't get personal.
And it wasn't personal. He actually read it, but I was attempting to reread what he said. What he read from the amendment and stated that it would be the duties of the individual to create this, but what is actually on the paper? It specifically says, ensure the adherence to the committee's daily activities, long-term plans, and established policies.
Time has been called, Senator.
It only speaks to the adherence. Thank you.
Time has been called. All time. Your time has been expired. Senator Volquez, you got 40 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I implore you to vote down this amendment because it is not necessary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well. At this time, Madam Clerk, a roll call on the amendment.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Nay.
Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr. Senator Volquez Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. No. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
No.
Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Nay.
Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. No. Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Absolutely not. No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. No. Senator James, nay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, not voting.
Nay.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. No. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Milton E. Potter. No. Senator Potter, nay. Mr. President, 1 yea, 12 nays, 2 absent.
The amendment fails. Roll call. Any other amendments? Madam Clerk, please go ahead and call the bill for vote.
Yeah.
Bill number 35.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Bill number 35-0036. An act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, Paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission.
Roll call on bill number 35-0036.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr. Senator Volquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. No. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr., Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 nays.
Very well, thank you. Bill number 35-0036, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, Paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission has been passed, approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles for his commendable public service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill number 35. Amendment. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35-364, which was distributed by our able and talented pages here today. Amendment to Bill number 35-0041, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0041 is amended as follows. 1, on page 2 in the preamble, by adding a whereas clause after the last whereas clause to read, open quote, whereas Edgar Isles died on September 28, 2021. And 2, on page 3, in section 3, insert the following language at the beginning of the sentence, open quote, a medal of honor shall be cast in his honor, and close quote. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph and Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Any other amendments? Madam Clerk, please roll call on Bill number 35-0041 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Very well, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0041, an act awarding the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor posthumously to former Senator Edgar Milton Isles for his commendable public service and contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands, as amended, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move that our non-germane bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purpose of eligibility for a disabled window decal, be moved to the fourth block. First item in the first block. I so move. In the fourth block. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, Seconded by Senator Joseph and Fonseca. Objected to by Senator DeGraff. 2-minute debate time.
Roll call.
Well, let's do the roll call. Roll call, I'm sorry. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you very much. The motion carries, and this bill will be Bill number 35-0035 will be added as the first item in block number 4. And at this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 4.
Block number 4. Bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for a handicap window decal. Bill number 35-0114, an act honoring and commending the 2023 Central American and Caribbean Games Gold Medal winners. Bill number 35-0112, an act approving the conveyance by the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to the United States of America, Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service of track number 02-101, Whistling Island, aka Whistling Key, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior National Park Services conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of tract number 01-137A, Catherineburg, Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directing the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange into the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. This concludes the reading of block number 4, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have the 4th and final block, and we have 3 bills in this measure to be considered. Bill number 35-0035, Bill number 35-0114, and Bill number 35-0112. At this time, Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes debate time.
Thank you so much. As it relates to the commendation for the individuals that represented the people of the territory and them being able to be compensated $5,000, I don't think it's too much for us to take $60,000 and really honor as a way monetary those that represented us in a positive way. So I am happy that I will be voting in the affirmative for this piece of legislation. As it relates to 35-0112, this has been a bone of contention across the territory. Whether I am listening to radio stations, whether I am getting messages in my phone, text messages, WhatsApp, Facebook messages. This is a division topic. The one thing I have to say is that every single one of us wants a school for the island of St. John. The issue we're having is how we're going about it. And unfortunately, for me as an individual that represents the entire territory, I had to take time out to really listen to what the people of St. John have been saying. We attended a hearing on St. John where I will say about a third of the people were by any means necessary, let's get this school. While 2/3 that came and presented was, we want the school, but we don't agree with this method. We have several questions that have not been answered. For me, some of the questions I brought forward, we did get a response from the governor. Some were not answered. I had concerns about the appraisal of the property. I had concerns about the size of the school in ratio to other schools and how many children they would be accommodating. I had questions in regards to other opportunities that were shared, that was presented to us as a body that I was not aware of. I think that as the governor shared with this public that this document was signed from back in 2020 to do this land swap, I think it's very important that while the governor and others had an opportunity to really discuss and really work together to get to this point, giving the legislature about 9 days is not fair to us. I think we need additional time for us to really absorb the parade of information that has come in and continue to come in as we ask questions. One of my concerns at that hearing had to do with the individual that spoke with us at the national park and also shared his information to tell us a little bit more about this deal. A lot of information we did not get, but I learned, unfortunately, shortly after those meetings, he was relocated or is about to be relocated back to the United States. So I am not sure if we will be able to get a lot of that additional information, and hopefully we do.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
But I am in full support of our children, but when it comes to us trying to educate them, it is one thing to educate a child in a classroom, but it's also another thing to educate a child to stand up for themselves. It is also another thing to teach them about their history, but also to instill in them that they have the right to protect their future. And for me, as much as it pains me to have to make difficult decisions in this body, I am always going to look at the bigger picture. I have spoken to many people in St. John where this issue of this land swap has polarized the entire community, where you have people from a historic standpoint still has a lot of issues when it comes to the national park and how some felt that they were swindled and bamboozled and sold out. So many different conversations as to the history. But when you have a wound that people have continuously tried to heal, and we continuously attempt to cut it open without no major resolution, we're going to have these kind of issues.
30 seconds.
And when my colleague spoke about our former delegate to Congress talking about she proposed a lease, well, maybe her idea might have been a little bit better because she did not attempt to give away any land in the Virgin Islands. She just wanted to lease it, and in hopes maybe we might have been able to persuade them in the future to give us the land. But she wasn't trying to give up a single square foot of the Virgin Islands. And if we as a people have already had to endure letting go so much of the island of St. John to be put into a national park where our fellow locals and colleagues are fighting just to live an everyday life, is it really fair for us to say that they don't have a right to fight back?
Time.
May I wrap up quickly, Mr. Chair? Thank you. And at the end of the day, as we all sit here and attempt to be on the right side of history, any decision I make, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the protection, the future, and the progress of this territory, will always be on the right side. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, President, and I appreciate the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Johnson, you recognize. Thank you, Senator Johnson. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you very much. I stand in support of Bill number 350114. I think it's about time. We have athletes traveling throughout this world, getting medal. In many Caribbean islands, they give them a half acre, they give them an acre, they give them a car. Our athlete has been going out there and dominating throughout the world in all areas. And what do they get? Besides us going to greet them when they come back home with our flag and cheering them along, zero. And I definitely support this, and I hope that we could move the bar up on this at some point in time, because we have to show our athletes that we appreciate them, and we have to support them now and not after they become professional. When they then become professional, everybody say, oh, yes, our athlete, but what did we do for them? Really, nothing. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting that measure. Bill number 350112. Talk about contentions. Talk about problems. You know, the people at St. John cried out loud and clear. I had the opportunity to talk to a young man that was so passionate about this school. And the best thing about that committee or whole meeting, everybody had one mission, one goal in mind, that we need this school. But we all split about should we give up our land. I can tell you about my family owning land. I can tell you about that. My grandparents had some 350 acres of land. Today we don't have 100 acres of land. And if we continue just giving our land away, there'll come a day we will ask ourselves, where do we live? Where do our children live? I listened to the fishermen them speak about that waterway, and that is very important because it's not in this agreement. No place where in this agreement it tells you that we're going to continue to have that passage. When storm time comes and weather is high, and these boats try to traverse through that little alley that is safe, they won't be able to do it. There's no guarantee on that. Governor Turnbull had an agreement made that passed through Congress, but didn't make it through the Senate. And that agreement had no land exchange in it. It was just giving us this land to build this school. My colleague from Frederickstead asked the superintendent of the park some critical question about the amount of land that the parks own on St. John. Are they out of their boundaries as far as the amount that they own? He said to us he will have the answer.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
He said he'll have the answer for us the next day. We still are waiting. However, he was now transferred. They moved him from his position. Why? That's the question we need to find out. Did he promise us too much? Did he promise us something he couldn't deliver? We have to ask these questions and sincerely think about it. We do want a school for the island of St. John. We have to get a school for the island of St. John. But at what price? Are we going to just lay down, roll over, and give up? Or are we going to fight? I'm saying to you, I'm here to fight for the island of St. John to make sure we get a school. I'm not willing at this point in time to give up land. I'm not. So I urge my colleagues to really think about what we're doing every time we give up.
30 seconds.
I toured that place. It's a mountain of stone, yes. It is. But it's our mountain of stone. When my grandparents bought that 350 acres, you know what somebody tell you? What you buying that bush for? The same man come back to try to buy the bush. So yes, that mountain of stone have some value that somebody else want more than us. They don't just want it because it's a mountain of stone. Let's stop and think about what we're about to do. Please, let's really stop and think. We got time that we could find some solution. And let's work hard to find a solution to make sure that the children and the people of St. John do get that school. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. This time we will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like you to have a subcommittee to put together a subcommittee so we can work on this St. John issue. And again, you know, you asked a very good question for the committee as a whole. Where are we going to stand in history on this issue? Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to stand in the legislature July 20th, 2023, on my own 2 feet, straight up, and I'm going to say, get my name straight, Dwayne Maurice DeGraff. Ain't giving up nothing. I refuse to go to Whistling Key for what? I own it? Where you going to go to it, go see for exchange? So now, let's don't complicate the issue. St. John needs a school. I agree. I'd be the first person to get in line to help them build it. It needs a school. What has been done to the children of St. John, shouldn't have been done. But St. John has generated some geniuses, many geniuses, so they adapted and they dealt with it. So where I gonna stand in history, like I said today, and I ain't gonna bow my head to nobody. I a proud Savanero. I don't bow my head to no man. But I'm just saying, I ain't gonna mix up the issue of apples and oranges. The school is needed. I'm for it 100%. And I don't stutter when I come to make a vote. I don't have to bow my head or walk. Well, I ain't gonna go St. John for the next 6 months and maybe they're gonna forget. I'll go St. John tomorrow. I fear no man, you know. But the issue still remains. I had a chance to go to war. Imagine, I'm a war veteran. I went to war to defend the United States of America, a country. I spent 26 years of my life as a police to defend and support and protect the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'll be damned if I'm going to give up Whistling Key or anything so we could barter to get a school. Let's don't mix apples and oranges. Let's don't give our children false hope to put it on the backs of the senators and say, hey, especially when there are other options available. If there's no option available, none at all, I'll vote first.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
To support it. But we have other options. So now, if we, the 35th legislature, are going to be serious and straight, we'll get a subcommittee and we dedicate the time and work on it along with the governor, and then we make a decision. We've done it before. Nothing to say we can't do it again. And this issue with the governor, hey, we don't do it, we're going to lose the money. If we know how much money we had in the first place, we know we ain't going to lose it right now. So I'm just saying, I ain't urging no colleagues to do nothing. You vote your conscience. But I telling everybody where I stand and how I going to vote, and that's a done deal. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. And Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also today rise to share my views and thoughts on the bills in this block. With regards to Bill 35-0114, I say this is just a beginning. It's just a beginning of this body, the government, and us as a community recognizing those in this field of sports and athletics that go out to represent us. They are our ambassadors. They bring pride and recognition to our territory. So it's well deserving that we recognize their effort. And in this case, they've brought back home a gold medal. So 5,000 might not seem like a lot, but this is just the seed of what is to come. And it's also an inspiration to other young people to continue giving of themselves and disciplining themselves in the areas of sports and athletics, that they too can one day go out and represent and come back with a gold medal. So I've joined my colleagues in signing on to this resolution, honoring them for their effort, for their discipline, and for bringing back that gold medal to the territory. Regards to Bill 35-0112, we have had a lot of discussions with regards to the land swap. We had the opportunity to visit Whistling Cay. We had the opportunity to hear the people of St. John, representatives from the government, had the opportunity to meet with the people from the National Park Services. we still have some questions. We didn't get all the answers that we wanted. We understand that the quality of education for our children is at stake. And there's no doubt, I think if there was something that was resounding when we met, was the importance of our children and their future, the quality of life and the quality of their education. Now, we know there's no secret. There's tensions from both sides. There's things that need to be resolved. But I also know that currently the climate in DC is not the best. There's some things that we want to demand, and I think rightfully so, St. Johnians deserve what they're asking for. But we have to be realistic of the times that we are in and how the climate is up in DC.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
We need to move forward providing a school for our children. Now, I would like this body to consider that, but also there are other questions that are still on the table that we do need answers to. And it will be great if we had the opportunity to continue having these discussions, continue to hear, continue to investigate and research, because we have a responsibility as senators to make the best decision possible. And it's not the best decision for my interests, it's the best decision for the people of Virgin Islands. And in this case, it's the best decision for the people of St. John. So at the appropriate time, I will be voting accordingly, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. And next we'll come to Senator Bolquez. You recognize for your 4 minutes. Senator at large.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, this is a critical, controversial, and contentious situation that we have before us. 50 years in the making, perhaps even longer, we've talked about the notion of building a school for our children on the island of St. John. We have deliberated, we went through engagements, public outreach, town halls, dating back to 2003 by the government of the Virgin Islands. The Congresswoman, Donna Christensen, got involved concerning the leasing of lands to be able to build a school. Governor Mapp in 2018 issued a number of town halls and conceptual models for a school on St. John. In 2019, the Department of Education conducted a number of meetings concerning the school as well. And we keep going forward and forward to 2023, today. And we still haven't figured out what we're going to do. It is an issue that is time sensitive, an issue that requires perhaps a little bit more effort on all parties, to include the executive branch. I even put out an APB at the last committee of the whole, just to get an answer concerning if, in fact, any proposal was submitted to the executive branch. What I have in my hand here, one of our colleagues, the chair of the government operations, sent questions along with many other members in this body concerning what we had gathered in that hearing. And some of the information that has been returned to us has been relayed concerning years of delays, expended costs, and new agreements would have to be struck. New property data collected, whether it's a NEPA review, NORA real estate announcement hearings, a variety of environmental assessments and appraisals for the Catherineburg property or any other property that which have already been done for the Catherineburg property, but would have to be done for any other property that is selected. Now, I don't want to belabor this situation. We're talking about the children here. We're talking about their collective future,
1
their
minute, 30
right to
seconds.
human rights and education. And we have left our children of St. John, I to be included once upon a time was one of them, at the back of the bus when it comes to having a facility that they deserve on the island. We're talking about we're talking about Whistling Key. What are we going to do on Whistling Key? Somebody tell me. What are we going to do on Whistling Key? Where is Whistling Key going to go? They're going to move it and put it someplace else? They're going to move it over by Tatola? What are they going to do with it? Somebody tell me. Now, let me tell you this. We in this institution are taking the brunt of this. This was handled in a way that has now put the onus of the responsibility on us today. We should have been a part of those conversations. We should have been a part of those deliberations. We should have also been able to collect these proposals that are being spoken and bandied about throughout the communities concerning this school. But based on the information I have here, the executive branch is saying no official proposal has ever been submitted to them. So who's saying what?
Time.
We need to find out. Mr. President, thank you for your time, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This afternoon, we all have to take a pragmatic approach to this matter that's before us. And I heard the previous speaker, and he's saying, he made comments about nobody knows. I don't know. I do not know. All I know is what come down here to us to vote on at the last hour. But I'm not going to get into and belabor the issues that we've been hearing. When we were voting on the GRS, we sat as an institution and we fleshed it out. There was nowhere in the bill that the governor sent down that made reference to saving the GRS. But you know what we did? We sat, we talked about it, and we made the necessary amendments. That's what we did. When we were dealing with a line of credit the other day, for the $145 million, we did the same thing. And I'm asking my colleagues today that we hold this bill and allow this institution to do its job so we can know that we have circled the wagon on this. We should not be making decisions where we are uncertain. The previous speaker talked about uncertainties. Yes, the Whistling Keys are rock and all. Then what before us, it is the type of decision that we make based on informed information. Everybody telling us. We asked to meet with certain people as it relates to this particular matter. And to date, it ain't happened. We reading about press releases around these matters. That's what's happening. And the people have elected us to do our due diligence. And I'm not saying that at the end of the day, after the due diligence is done, what the vote will be, but at minimum, I will be able to sleep at night knowing that the due diligence was done. And nobody ain't telling me they talk to so-and-so and they talk to he and she. We need to talk to so-and-so and he and she ourselves, so we could all understand what is happening. And you know why that needs to happen? We made a vote. We have to learn from our experiences. We made a vote on the $145 million. And we learned right here in a hearing that what?
1 minute,
the
30
line of
seconds.
credit was not issued, but the payment was made. So what are we doing? Let us not allow our emotions, Fred Gregory, know about the need for a school for St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands children. However, when my grandchildren look back in the future, they would have known that I did my research and I did all that I was supposed to do and ensure that we circled the wagon completely before we make a decision. And that's what needs to happen. There was one time that Mr. President told us, hurry dog, eat raw meat. We were told of that. Yes. So why is it okay for us to hurry dog on this today?
30 seconds.
No. Let us give this the appropriate time so we can do our work. The people hire us to work collaboratively, not individually. If it was individual, then it would have been one senator in here. Okay? That is my position. And if we can't do that, then we're going to have a problem. So all of us want to be on the right side of history. But being on the right side of history is ensuring that when the children of the U.S. Virgin Islands look back, they know that, yes, we supported a school. However, we circled the wagon completely. That's our job. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Milton Potter, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I had an opportunity to travel to St. John from time to time and engage residents of St. John on this issue because I think it was important for us to not be St. Thomas senators, making decisions for our brothers and sisters on the sister island of St. John. I didn't think it was right or fair for us to say that we know what is in their best interest. And we're going to impose what we think is right on them. In my travels along the roads of St. John, there were two things that I found some level of consensus on. One was consensus that the St. John community deserved a K-12 public school without the unnecessary burden and stress of having to travel over the waters. Virtually 100% of the persons who were engaged felt that way. And two, the historic relationship with the Park Service is one that has been historically unfair and out of balance, typically favoring the Park Service. Those are two things that we found consensus on. But I really believe, and I mentioned this before, that fair-minded, patriotic Virgin Islanders can look at this issue and dissect it and actually come on either side and still be fair-minded and patriotic Virgin Islanders. It is my hope that an issue such as this doesn't cause fight and mayhem and conflict in our community and name-calling and throwing of stones. You can look at this issue, dissect it, and make the plea for the children of St. John who have been without a school. Every other island in this territory, our children wake up and they go to school practically in their neighborhood, but St. John. So it is fair, it is right, it is just for us to advocate for a school on St. John. On the other hand, we know about the historically antagonistic relationship we have had with the National Park Service over these years. I was telling someone, and I showed it to my 20-year-old son the other day, who's just back home for college. I showed him the picture of the map of St. John, color-coded. In green was Park Service, and yellow was everybody else. And it was just two slivers of land that was in control of the territory. So I understand the frustration
1 minute, 30
of St.
seconds.
Johnians who say, no, 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 at no cost. I don't care if it's rocks. In no way do I want you to give up anything in exchange for the school. Is that the right thing to do? Are we going to settle old scores in this particular situation? Are we going to sacrifice the opportunities where everything is lined up, money and land, and it seems as though a school is really realistically within our grasp. I've learned in my short time in the Senate that I no longer say what these people do 20 years ago when they made certain decisions. And we didn't have the benefit of the context of the time, what was happening at that time,
30
20 years
seconds.
ago. What were the factors that led to people deciding to vote the way they did? I don't do that anymore. It is my hope that we will all in this room come down on the right side of history. Ultimately, I think what is in our best interest, what should be our major focus is what is in the best interest of the children of the Virgin Islands. I tend to side with my colleague on the left with there is a need, I believe, for us, Mr. President, if I may just wrap up, there is a need for us to properly vet the additional options that may very well be available, may be out there. My colleague from Savan mentioned the idea of a group, a subcommittee to explore this, not with an infinite 5-year stretch of time or 50 more years, but with a finite, narrow window where we can honestly explore and exhaust other options that might be for us. I don't think it's going to jeopardize our ability to get the FEMA funds. My thinking will be 30 to 60 days, we focus on this, we identify other options, and then we take an educated vote on the people, on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, specifically on the island of St. John. Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Senator Marie C. James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually wrote mine because I know that I can get passionate, like people say, right? So I wrote it, and I am very much aware of my colleagues' need for more answers. But as an attorney, I know you can research and research and research forever. But at some point, you have to make a decision. I met Carmen and Karen Samuel when we all entered George Washington University's freshman class. They invited me to St. John the following summer, and I met their parents, Doris and Willis Samuel. Little did I know that on my first visit to St. John, I was spending time at Estate Fort Berg, Coral Bay Quarter, the site of the first successful rebellion of enslaved people in the Virgin Islands, land of historical, cultural, and spiritual significance. Mr. Samuel, a beautiful black man, charming, walked and talked with dignity and class that I admired. That admiration grew when I learned that he rejected an offer by the National Park Service to purchase his land. He was told that the proceeds from the sale of Fortsburg would pay for his children's tuition, to which he wisely replied that they would find the money for college when the time came. He was right, and each of his children now own a piece of Fortburg. Owning property allows individuals to establish roots and to promote generational wealth and accumulation. I tell this because I spent a lot of time going through all those documents that we received. And there was one in the Federal Register, public comments, that said this: will the construction of a new school lead to more development on St. John in the future? How far will development go in the future if populations on St. John increase due to the presence of a new school? Think about that statement that was made. If the population increase. For me, this comment crystallized the concept of what scholars have termed settler colonialism, whereby settlers subordinate migrants, displace indigenous residents, and take over the land. In settler societies, the creation of national parks, which we often celebrate as symbols of environmental preservation, have roots deeply entwined with the history of colonialism and reinforces the division between subordinate migrants and indigenous residents, or what we call now ancestral Virgin Islanders.
1 minute, 30
and further
seconds.
displacing them. I'm going to jump ahead and say this. The website of the Trust for Public Land boasts that beginning in 2009, the Trust led a multi-year effort to acquire as much of the remaining privately held land on the island of St. John and incorporating them into the Virgin Islands National Park. So let's talk about settlers on St. John, such as Ethel Bishop. Through land acquisition and transfer to the National Park Service, maybe unknowingly, she participated in the displacement and marginalization of indigenous St. Johnians who have historically inhabited these lands for countless generations. Communities whose knowledge and practices shape the landscape, which hold cultural and spiritual significance for ancestral Virgin Islanders, are transformed
30 seconds.
into commodities to be exploited for economic gain by the settlers. For St. John, it's called essential recreational economy. I just want 1 more minute, sir. Okay. This legacy of settler colonialism has further complicated the relationship between the national park. The thing about it that you have to know is that we are getting precious land. We are getting estate Catherinesburg, and we're ignoring that, okay? The encroachment of protected areas on ancestral land leaves our people on St. John with diminishing space for their basic infrastructure needs. Adequate housing and educational facilities are fundamental rights that are essential for the well-being and advancement of any community. They cannot build housing and schools on Whistling Key. They can build that school on Catherinesburg. So for me, and I'll end it by saying this, the opportunity to get precious land in Catherinesburg cannot be disregarded. The educational needs of the St. John children cannot be deferred. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice C. James. Next, we'll hear from Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings and salutations. Pleasant good afternoon. You know, the Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King reminds us that the time is always right to do right. But the National Park Service makes me feel mad deep down in my soul. They are a bad neighbor. Many years of abuse of the people. You know, the governor has the authority to negotiate on behalf of the government, and the legislature has the authority to approve the agreement. My fellow Virgin Islanders and my dearest supporters, Mr. Sua, the Myers, the Matthias, Karen Samuel, the Benjamin family, and my dear classmate, Ronnie Jones, I say to you all, if you don't have access to your land now, this land swap deal will not solve that problem. For all those who believe the National Park Service stole the land, I believe you, I empathize with you. But this deal will not solve that problem. To others who support the deal and want the National Park Service to donate the land for free, I agree with you. This land should be deeded free to the people of the Virgin Islands. My fellow Virgin Islands, this is not a good deal. But do you support the construction of a public school for the children of St. John? Will this school actually be like they're telling us? It's almost too good to believe. You know, they show us a big video of a state-of-the-art school with modernized tools and facilities. The school also even provides more hurricane shelter, Papa. You know, our children's future and education should never, ever, ever be compromised. No more waking up early and traveling on boats back and forth. Less burden on family and the children. They're giving us a carrot. They say if we sign, they're going to give we $140 million to build a school. See money day, Papa.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
I went over the other day to Whistling Cay. I picked up a big, hard blue bit rock stone. You know, our historic expert, Olasi Davis, he telling we, them same rock stone, they used to break our ancestor bone. But a voice came to me, Cyril, look at that stone now you picked up on Whistling Cay. Mr. Chair, my colleagues, to everyone watching, look closely. This stone is now a smooth stone. This hard blue bit stone is smooth. Father Time has washed away and smoothed off all them wounds.
30 seconds.
My ancestors' voice are telling me, Fonseca, the children are our future. But do not rush this vote. Take your time. So, Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote. Blessings and thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Capehart, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know today is the day that we have the opportunity to make a difference for the children of St. John after 50 plus years, or do we defer this for another 50 years of failed attempts? You know, when we had the opportunity, I think of 2 weeks ago on a Monday, I had a family member that was being buried on that day. And I had to make a decision as to get on a boat to go and see what I am going to vote on, or to be at that family member's funeral for support. I decided that this vote was very important. I thought it was important for the people of St. John because I am a mother of 3. And I imagined how every mother had to put their child on a boat to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, if you live Coral Bay, to then take a ride from Coral Bay to town on a bus. Then you go from the bus to the boat, from the boat to a bus. And these children did this all these years. And I must say, when this was told to me that we would be swapping land, I said, I don't come to me with that, you know. I am not swapping any land. But thinking about it and researching it and seeing that, yes, this legislation is not only for a school, but a safe haven during hurricane time. It is going to be a multi-purpose center for the St. Johnians. When I got on that boat and then a dinghy to go on that island, I saw it wasn't buildable. There's nothing you can really do. I asked, what is the Virgin Islands government planning on doing with this? They said nothing. They had no plans to do anything. There's a lot of factors and a lot of things we have to decide. And I say this because we as legislators, we have to make tough decisions.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
That affect the next generations to come. I am not a St. Johnian, but I'm a Virgin Islander. And I understand. As I said, I am a mother first. So when I hear conversations today that there are options, let's have further discussions, I said I am for it. Because I don't want to make hasty decisions that we may regret. I even said in St. John, if you have land, this is the time now to talk to the government to say, hey, I'm willing to donate this land because I understand that you have to have a deed to show FEMA that for them to give you the money. So colleagues, if we are going to have this discussion and talk about it, and there are options for
30
us,
seconds.
I am game. But if we don't have these other options, I am voting for the children of St. John. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Well, sir, that's what you say. Good afternoon to all. I didn't write a speech today, but I certainly took good notes. And, you know, I don't usually come on the Senate floor and say she's my cousin, but today, my son, I'm proud to say she's my cousin, the Senate Finance Chair. And I asked her not to come back over to the desk because the points she made was the exact points that I have here. And my good colleague here spoke about the dangling carrot. It seemed like we like carrot dangling before us for real. So the 3 points that I had to start out with was the SPV for real that was sent down. All to save GRS. Nothing in there. The legislature did its due diligence. The $145 million barrow. Nothing in there, WAPA. The legislature, again, did due diligence. Although I vote for none. And now here we are again today with a bill before us talking about a land swap for what? For the build of a school in St. John. Colleagues, if you've been reading, tell me or show me any place in the bill before you that says upon this land swap that a school will be built. Where is that in the enacting clause? Where is it even in the whereas clauses that our people, our fishermen, would be able to still have the waterway usage anywhere around Whistling Key? Tell me. I spoke to the outgoing superintendent, sorry, and I'm hoping because of this you're getting reassigned. But I spoke to him. I wrote to the National Park Service. I also wrote to the Lieutenant Governor's office because I wanted to know how much land the National Park Service is in control of. We have a right to know that. 16 U.S. Code 398A that speaks to conditions and limitations of property to be owned by the National Park Service on St. John is limited to 9,400 acres. Do we know how much acres of land the National Park Service is in control of? There's been a boast of them controlling between 65 to 75% of St. John. Our people on St. John can't even access their own properties. We're not only landlocked on St. John, but we're also sea-locked in the water. And you mean to tell me that we can't at least ensure that the people of St. John, the people of the Virgin Islands, are ensured that they have the waterway usage and ensured that the school will be built on Catherineburg Estate?
1 minute, 30
There's
seconds.
nothing in the bill showing you that. Look at it, and if you tell me where it's at, fine. But again, 16 U.S. Code 398A tells me 9,400 acres of land. We did receive information yesterday, I believe, from them telling me that they have 7,000 plus in land and another 5,000 plus in submerged land. Land is land. Colleagues, at the appropriate time, until I could see in there that there will be a school built wherever they want to be, because again, there's nothing in there stating that the school will be built there. Until I'm assured, I am willing to make a motion to hold this bill today for up to 60 days
30
so that they
seconds.
can get this together. Colleagues, again, I'm going to use the president's term of statement to stay focused. Remember the WAPA Vital Agreement. I smell a rat. Ask yourselves, with the breach of contract, why they didn't take them to court? You know why they didn't take them to court? You see what happened when we took J.P. Morgan to court? You see what happens when you have discovery? Things come out. Things come out, and they wanted to come out. A lot of people, they used to get upset with my former colleague when he used to sit right over there and say, people going to jail, people going to jail. They call him all kind of name, except where his mother name him. But I'm asking you, pay close attention to it. Because that's why they didn't take them to court. We should not have been bailing a whopper with no 145 million. People suing. Look at San Diego. This gentleman sued the San Diego company, utility company there, although they can't get more than $10,000. But he wanted to prove a point because his bill went from $70 a month to over $200 a month. Look at it. Look it up. We sit in here playing dead. Not today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have already discussed Bill number 35-0036. Actually, Bill number 35-0035, which deals with the disabled veteran, and I'm sure I'm placing that disability on the license plate. So I won't go any further into that. And I did sign on to the next bill, which is Bill number 35-0114, which is a resolution honoring and commending the 2023 Central American and Caribbean Games gold medal winners, and to convey honorarium on each of those individuals, as well as monies, $15,000 to the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee. So I'm not going to waste too much of my time having a discussion on that, because for this hour or more, our main issue and the main topic of the discussion in this block is the land swap. What a thing. This is one of the major decisions we're going to make here for the 35th legislature, I think. Not even the whole franchise agreement and leasing for the Clinton E-Phipps racetrack, which incidentally, the bleachers are looking very nice, can touch can touch this issue. And not even as some of my other colleagues mentioned, because I worked on that subcommittee for GRS and we worked diligently. I mean, I had a binder that was 5 inches thick and I was reading through it. But I remember something from those negotiations. We had went and spent a lot of time and there was a delay. And a great lady had to move from behind the scene to get the whole bill moving, or else there would have been still a delay. And you know what? We don't ever take into consideration the time and the money and the effort spent. Okay? Because time equals money. I had a really major concern regarding the land swap. I really thought that, and I really hoped that the families and the residents in St. John would come to the rescue and come and pull their resources together to help our young people so they don't have to go through what they have gone through, their parents. Because each generation, I will submit
1 minute,
to
30
you,
seconds.
should be doing better than the previous. My mother used to tell me they used to go walk into school and they never have any shoes. Thank the Lord Jesus, they had some progress then, and I could get some shoes on my feet. Okay? So each generation is supposed to be doing better. It is not our responsibility to move backward, but to have a positive and upward trajectory for our young people, especially where education is concerned. One of our educators from St. John, Miss Yvonne Wells, I've worked with her before.
30
on
seconds.
The election system. She used a word, picayune, which means the pettiness. She said, don't let it be the enemy. We have differences. Yes, we do. But they need a shelter. They need a school. And we need to be able to provide it. They have endured enough. Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I will be casting my vote. And I want to sit on the side of our history to say that I didn't sit back, but I participated to the greatest extent feasible. And let me just round up one thing and say something. I asked the administration if there were any other offers. You know, they wrote me back and said, no, they never received any additional offers. I could show it to you. I am telling you, that's what they wrote back. I have it here in black and white because I deal with black and white. They never had any other offer for any other land swap in writing. They said nobody came to them. That's what the office of the governor wrote me back, and every member here has that letter. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't want us to be wasting too much time. Not too much time. Okay, thank you kindly for the time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I must say, first of all, I want to recognize the folks in the chambers. I see at least 4 St. Johnians. I expected to see more. It's a very important decision, but nonetheless, I digress. Bill number 35-0114, an act honoring and commending the 2023 Central American and Caribbean Games gold medal winners. They must be proud, and they made us proud. That's a very important feat for us here in the territory, and they deserve everything they got coming to them. But I want to go to the one thing that we really need to speak about this evening, the land swap deal. And we must remember that the property that we are acquiring for the land swap is not just a school. One of the things that struck me when I went to St. John was the information that came to me when it came to shelter There's only one shelter that can hold 15 people. 15 people on an island. The school also will be a site for a community center, an indoor and outdoor facility, athletic facility. And in short, in my opinion, this new facility has the potential to be part of a revived beating heart for St. John community. It's a place where people would meet and converse. But we must not, as my colleague usually say, let the enemy be the perfect of the good. Because after 50 years of prolonged struggles to provide equality of educational opportunities for St. Johnians, with both the land and the money, this opportunity presents itself to be an excellent deal. We might never see this opportunity again. The fact is that our situation is far from unique. Many of the people in this room or who are listening have heard of Las Vegas. And what most people do not know, that 81% of the state of Nevada is owned by the federal government. And the federal government also owns 70% of the land in the state of Utah. And their legislators in those jurisdictions, as well as many private citizens, has vigorously protested it for years, including, I remember in 2014, there was an armed standoff with some citizens and the federal government, ranchers. And the federal government declined to enter into any serious discussion about simply giving federal lands over to state or territorial government. And we must recognize that as much as we would like this to outcome, it is going to be a steep hill to climb. At the end of the day, though, my vote will be about the future, which is our children, the children of St. John, their future development, demand that there be a public school for St. Johnians from K to 12 to enjoy the full range of extracurricular activities and all other rights of every other Virgin Islands child.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
But I must say though, in going over to Whistling Key and looking at what we are asking to swap and the advantages and disadvantages, Whistling Key, really, there is no room for development. First of all, you must catch a boat to go there. You cannot get there any other way. And many St. Johnians themselves that I asked have never been there. But nonetheless, it is a tough decision, you know. Being here in this body, many times we have major decisions to make that affect the lives of our people. And there's always pros and cons. And you can make an argument from any side. But with this decision, we have talked about 50 years, generations after generation, doing the same thing and getting the same result. And there is an opportunity to make a big difference in those individual lives.
Time.
And I look forward to, my colleague said he's going to bring an amendment. I look forward to giving the opportunity to have a little extra time based on the testimony that came in late last time. There were new information that came forward. I look forward to working on behalf of our people to assure that at the end of the day, we tried everything and did everything we had to do on their behalf. So, Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I will be voting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. And if the Madam Timekeeper could put 4 minutes on the clock for me, I'll appreciate it. You know, leaders must lead. And I want to say that today, I respect every single salient point that have been put on record by my colleagues because they all made sense. Some of them use egg in my face and throw words. Hungry dog eat raw meat. What side of history you gonna be on? Focus forward. After spending 25 years in law enforcement, I can make an argument on either side of this story. Either side of this story. The children of St. John deserve a high school. Simply put, we could complain about the shotgun to our heads. We could complain about the park service and what they're doing to us, what they have done to the St. Johnians, what they have done to the Crucians. For 50 plus years, the conversation regarding a high school on St. John have been bandied about. For 50 years. 2 years ago, the governor had conversation, crafted an agreement with the Department of Interior and the National Park Service in regards to contemplation of a land swap. We have a high school, or high schools, on St. Croix. We have high schools on St. Thomas. None whatsoever public high schools on St. John. None of those schools on St. Croix or St. Thomas was a quid pro quo. They didn't have to give up anything to get anything. Am I angry? I vex like hell with the Park Service. I'm pissed with the Park Service. We're talking about Whistling Key, we're talking about Catherine Bird, we talk about Buck Island, we talk about Sandy Point, we talk about South River. You know, there's a lot of argument here about our issues with Park Service. Will this agreement absolve them from all of the issues and challenges that we have with them?
1 minute.
I dare not say no. It will not absolve them from all of this. But we cannot conflate the issues here. What side of law we going to find ourselves on, or what side of history we going to find ourselves on in the future? I had an opportunity to go to Whistling Cay. And again, you know, we took a boat there. We took a dinghy over to Whistling Cay, and you know, I was able to walk there for a little bit. When I went to Catherineburg, though, it was a feeling, an emotion that I've never felt in my life. When you walk those hallowed sacred grounds of Catherineburg, you feel your ancestors. When you watch the rocks formation, when you look at the mango tree that have been planted,
30 seconds.
when you look at the blood, sweat, and tears that have been put there by individuals that look like you and I, it makes you have a whole different perspective of life. We have an opportunity to be able to acquire Catherineburg, the portions of it. What side of history we want to find ourselves on? When we look at Whistling Cay, they can't pick it up and go no place. They can't pick it up and go no place. So, at the appropriate time, again, as a leader, part of my responsibility as a leader is to, again, follow the consensus of this body. And regardless of my position, I have to listen to the consensus of this body so that an informed decision could be made. The session stands at recess for 5 minutes. We're out of recess. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to hold bill number 35-0112.
Senator, what rule has been violated?
The rule that before you went to
The senator is out of order. She have not stated what rule
has been violated.
the rule that has been violated is you went to recess when a motion was on the floor.
What?
And I called.
What motion? I was still speaking at the time.
And also when you came back, I just said motion and Kenny said
Senator, you're out of order. Senator, you're out of order.
Recognize me for my motion.
Senator Gittins, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you.
I am challenging the chair because we all sat here and heard me say motion prior to your recess.
What are you challenging the chair about?
I am challenged that the chair is not following orders in regards to making sure that.
In violation of what rule?
I'm challenging you.
In violation of what rule?
I called a motion prior to, and I also called.
Senator, you're out of order. You're out of order. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to hold bill number 35-0112 regarding the St. John land swap for not more than 45 days, 45 working days for additional due diligence to be done and stakeholder input. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Potter, Senator Fonseca, Senator Caput, objected to by Senator Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Say yeah. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 1 nay, 2 absent.
Very well. The motion carries. Let me just read again. The motion was for 45 working days that this bill will be held in committee while we continue to have the stakeholders review and input on this matter, and that's in regards to bill number 35-0112, an act approving the conveyance of the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to the United States of America, Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service of track number 02-0101, Whistling Island, aka Whistling Cay, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior, National Park Services conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of track number 01-1378 Catherineburg, Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directing the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange in the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your motion.
I requested a point of information.
You recognize for your point of information,
Thank you.
Senator.
I would like to put on the record today that this is a perfect example for the public to understand how this Democratic majority works in this institution. When the senator was speaking earlier, I got up and said motion. When he said he paused, I thought he was finished, and another senator said motion. When he was about to go to recess and he was done, I said motion again. We all left the chambers, came back. I stood here, and I watched our Senate President looking at the majority leader, coordinating him, ponging the gavel right before, because you're supposed to listen and not coordinate, so you could guarantee that because I'm a member of the majority, I do not bring my motion. It is unfair and is unjust.
Very well.
And if you look back at the video, you will see I was the one that started to call motion first. It is wrong.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Point of personal privilege, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the whole issue came from...
One second, please. Senator DeGraff, have the floor.
Yes, I think the whole issue came from when you were speaking during your time, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger called motion.
While I was speaking, you said?
While you were speaking,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No, this is what happened. And I told her, you can't call it while you're on your time. Yes. Legal counsel brought it to our attention that when a motion is called, it supersedes even when someone is speaking. And so that was what we went on. So it doesn't make a difference. We went on what legal counsel told us. So when we came back out of the recess, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger was under the impression again that she had the first dibs to speak to the motion. That's where the whole confusion came in, but we were informed and guided by legal counsel what she told us. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Very well. So just to be clear, you requested of legal counsel to advise you on that matter? Is that what you say? Huh? Okay. Very well. At this time, somebody else had a motion? No. Very well. Let's call up the remaining bills in this block, please. We have bill number 35-0035, which is the non-germane measure. If you could call that up, and then I'll go to the amendments.
Yes. Bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for a handicap window decal. The next one.
Amendments to amendment. Senator Carrion, you recognize your amendment.
Mr. President, I rise to offer Amendment 35-144 to Bill 35-0035, offered by this yours truly, Senator Javon James, Senator Blyden, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Angel Bolquez, Senator DeGraff, Senator Johnson, Senator Capehart, Senator Maurice James, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator DeGraff. Bill number 35-0. It's amended in the following by adding the appropriate number section that reads as follows. Section 1. A, the sum of $350,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th to 2023 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation to be used as a grant to the Eddie Ortiz Annual Three Kings Tradition, Inc. for the construction of a steel roof on the basketball court of Estate Profit, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. B, Eddie Ortiz Annual Three Kings Tradition, Inc. is subject to and must comply with the reporting requirements of Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Section 29. C, the sum appropriated in subsection A is available from the effective date of this act and remains available until expended. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Carrion, seconded by DeGraff, Senator DeGraff, Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Any other motion or amendment? Senator Gittins, you recognize for your amendment. I'm sorry, Senator Potter, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer amendment number 35-376 to bill number 35-0035. Bill number 35-0035 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, the sum of $200,000 is appropriated for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services Technical Amendment to be used to cover the costs associated with extinguishing the July 2023 Bavoni landfill on the island of St. Thomas. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Potter, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator DeGraff, Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35-318 on behalf of Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. to bill number 35-0036. The amendment reads, Bill number 35-0036 is amended by inserting an appropriately numbered section to read as follows. Section blank, Act number 8681 is amended in the following instances. A, in section 1A, strike 2023 and insert 2025. B, in section 4G, strike all for the last seat for the delegate at large. C, in section 6, subsection A, strike 2023 and insert 2025. D, in section 7, 1, subsection B, strike both references to 2024 and insert 2026. 2, subsection C, strike 2025 and insert 2027. And 3, subsection D3, strike 2025 and insert 2027. E, in section 8, 1, subsection A, strike 2023 and insert 2025 and strike 2027 and insert 2026. 2, subsection B, strike 2023 and insert 2025. 3, subsection C, strike 2024 and insert 2026. And 4, subsection D, strike 2024 and insert 2026. I so move. And this amendment, let me just say it, that this amendment, I move that this amendment restate that this amendment is moved to Bill number 35-0035. I so move.
Very well. Thank you. So the motion was properly made by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Blyden, objected to by Senator Fred Gregory. A 2-minute debate time. Senator Joseph, you recognize 2 minutes?
Yes, I will hold my 2 minutes until I hear from the objector what, in fact, is the objection to the amendment.
Well, that's not your 2 minutes. How much time do you have remaining for Senator Carla Joseph?
1 minute, 52 seconds.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. President. I objected to this amendment because I believe it is important for transparency purposes for the people of the Virgin Islands to understand the purpose of this amendment. This is a very, very important amendment, and we need to provide explanation as to what we're amending today.
Correct.
I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Donna Fred Gregory?
1 minute, 42 seconds.
Very well.
Mr.
Senator Joseph, you have 1 minute, 52 seconds.
Thank you kindly. Mr. President and colleagues, this amendment seeks to extend the time frame for the 6th Constitutional Convention of the Virgin Islands, which we as a body during the 34th legislature voted upon. What it does is because the election system has indicated that they don't have sufficient time to actually begin the whole process of the 6th Constitutional Convention, we have now extended it out until 2025. Thank you. I hold the remainder of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Joseph?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Very well. Senator Fred Gregory, you got 1 minute, 42 seconds.
Mr. President, I withdraw my objection. I believe that the senator has explained the need for this amendment. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to further explain the relevance and the importance of this. We must assure that our election system has sufficient time to do their work. Thank you kindly, colleagues.
Very well. Hearing no further objection on this matter and the fact that it has been withdrawn, the amendment is accepted. Any other amendments? Very well. Let's call up the bill as amended.
Bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanding the definition of disabled veterans for the purposes of eligibility for a handicapped window decal.
Roll call on bill number 35-0035. As amended. Thank you.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden. Yay. Senator Angel L. Wilkes Jr. Senator Wilkes Jr. Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart. Yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion. Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca. Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you. Bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanded the definition of disabled veterans for the purpose of eligibility for handicap window stick decal, as amended, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. I think that runs out all of the bills on today's agenda. I just want to, for clarity purpose.
You have one more, Mr. President.
Oh, wow. Please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 35-0114, an act honoring and commending the 2023 Central American and Caribbean Games gold medal winners.
Roll call on bill number 35-114.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Bill number 35-0114, a resolution honoring and commending the 2023 Central America and Caribbean Games gold medal winners and for other related purposes have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Again, as we conclude today's hearing, I just want to put on record that the Rule 603 of the rules of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, which say that no motion or other matter may be debated until distinctly announced by the President, and debate must be germane to the matter being debated. No senator may speak or debate except as provided in these rules. 604, except as may be otherwise provided in the rules, no senator may speak during a session of the legislature or a meeting of the committee of the whole unless recognized by the Senate President for that purpose. Senators who wish to be recognized during a session of the legislature shall rise and address the President as Mr. or Madam President, as the case may be, and during a committee of the whole, raise their hand and address the chair as Mr. or Madam Chair, as the case may be. No senator may interrupt the remarks of another senator with repeated attempts to be recognized. When 2 or more senators seek recognition at the same time, the President shall designate the senator who is entitled to the floor. So I just wanted to put that information on the record. Again, before we wrap up, I want to say that, remind individuals that Pupa Kelly, an individual that we honored, passed away today. And again, once again, we want to certainly offer our condolences to his family and, best wishes, during this difficult time of bereavement, as well as next week we'll be seeing, services as we continue to honor, commend, and recognize the officer that made the ultimate sacrifice, Detective Delbert Phipps Jr., in various ceremonies throughout the district. I want to take this, Senator, we're about to wrap up. You have a point of what? A point of information? Make it brief.
Appreciate it. I would like to thank the Senate President for reading those rules, but I also would like to put on the record Rule 607, which speaks to questions and motions generally. The order of the proceeding of the motion as continued in Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedures to the extent they are consistent with the rules applied to the legislative sessions and committee meetings. And if you take the time to look at those rules, apparently we, based on what you're saying, is doing it wrong all along. So even your recognition of the motion throughout this entire session was wrong. So hopefully we'll correct that in the
session
future. Thank you.
Of July 20, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all of my colleagues again for the measures that you brought before us today. I want to thank central staff, my senatorial staff, all that was involved in making today a success. On behalf of the people, I want to thank you very much. The session of July 20th, 2023 is hereby adjourned. God bless.